Chapter 2019. No one knew what kind of power was supporting the two of them, but they actually managed to reach Ling Hanwu. In the face of the Forest of Swords, Yi Chuchen stepped forward and welcomed them. "Don't disturb us, let us talk to him." Yi Chuchen's voice was choked with sobs, her body trembling as she spoke. There seemed to be a crazy flame burning in her eyes. Her voice was resolute and did not allow for any disobedience. But there was a kind of extraordinary indifference in it, a kind of indifference that made one's heart as dead as ashes. Yi Di's gloomy voice said indifferently, "Let them pass!" He spat softly. "On account of Ling Fengyan, I'll let the two of you talk for the last time." But before he could say that, Meng Chaoran had already rushed over and hugged Ling Hanwu without a care. Ling Hanwu's consciousness had already started to scatter. His pupils had already started to dilate. The attack of a third-grade supreme martial artist was far from what a seventh-grade martial saint like him could withstand. But the moment he saw Meng Chaoran, his eyes suddenly focused as if miraculously. There was anxiety in his eyes as he roared, "Why do you care about me? Why aren't you leaving?" He was roaring, but his voice was pitifully soft. "I'll send you off first." Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and exhaled gently, afraid that he would disturb his brother or use too much force and take away his brother's last chance of survival. "I'll send you off. Hanwu, today we're leaving together." Ling Hanwu wanted to turn his head anxiously, but he couldn't. He could only move his eyes slowly and scold angrily, "You stupid bastard! Where's Chuchen? Where's Chuchen? If we're all dead, what will happen to her? What will happen to her? I'll accompany you." Yi Chuchen walked over lightly and squatted down. She said gently, "Brother Hanwu, let's go together. The road to the Yellow Springs is long. You'll be lonely and scared if you travel alone." "No, I'm not scared." Ling Hanwu didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually straightened his neck anxiously. "Don't die. You have to be happy. If you die, I won't die in peace." Suddenly he stared at the snowy night sky and roared, "Wretched heavens! I won't die in peace." Yi Chuchen's tears dripped down. It dripped onto Ling Hanwu's face. Ling Hanwu's gaze became unfocused. He murmured, his heart aching, "I'm most afraid of you crying. I'm most afraid of you crying. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I quit. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I fulfilled your wish. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I covered for my love rival to escape. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I secretly brought my love rival to meet you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up everything for you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I was lonely for the rest of my life. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up my life, but you still cried. Chuchen, don't cry." Ling Hanwu's eyes were unfocused. He murmured, "Big brother Hanwu will give you what you want. Don't cry." Yi Chuchen's tears fell like rain. Meng Chaoran held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately channeled his internal energy into Ling Hanwu's body. But slowly he felt it. Ling Hanwu's body had actually started to reject the vital energy. His life force was about to disappear. "Ah!" Ling Hanwu frowned in pain. "It hurts so much." The strong wind swept up the snowflakes and blew them onto his face. The bone-piercing coldness cleared Ling Hanwu's mind. His eyes looked at the snowflakes in the sky in a daze. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "I really want to go see the snow with you." In the last moments of his life, his last obsession was actually this shattered dream. Yi Chuchen held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears fell like rain as she cried, "Big brother Hanwu, I'll go see the snow with you. I'll go see the snow with you right now." But Ling Hanwu could no longer hear what she was saying. Only his right hand suddenly grabbed Meng Chaoran's hand desperately. With the last of his strength, he said, "Take her away, live Ananan." He suddenly panted heavily, but only exhaled and not inhaled. His eyes were wide open. "Geen, you owe me. You have to avenge me with your own hands. You must." His body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he lost all signs of life. His hand slipped from Meng Charon's hand and fell onto the snowy ground. He touched the cold snowflakes. His expression was pained, just like his hand. He touched a shattered dream. You have to avenge me with your own hands. Meng Chaoran closed his eyes in agony. Hanwu, even when you were on the verge of death, you still put in so much effort. You know that with my weak cultivation, how can I avenge you with my own hands? I need at least several thousand years of cultivation. That way, I can live for several thousand years. Several thousand years to take care of Chu-Chu. That's what you think, right? After you died, you even set a goal for me so that I can have a goal to live on, but the current situation, Ling Hanwu's body, gradually cooled down. But a figure seemed to appear before Meng Chaoran's eyes. Back then, the tall and handsome second Duke Ling, who was dressed in snow-white robes and had long sleeves that fluttered in the wind. Ling Hanwu, when he sent him off from the upper three heavens, smiled and said, "Take care!" Big brother Hanwu. Yi Chuchen shouted. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Chaoran squatted down, stupefied. At this moment, his thoughts suddenly became very far away. Back then, they laughed and laughed together. They were young and frivolous together. They fell in love with Yi Chuchen together. Then, everything changed. He was the one who saved his life. He was the one who covered his escape. He was the one who took care of him and helped him escape from the upper three heavens. He was the one who secretly allowed him to meet Chu-Chu. And he himself was secretly hiding at the side, his heart broken. Back then, when he escaped from the upper three heavens, he said to him, "Hanwu, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back after I leave. You have to take good care of Chu-Chu." At that time, he was furious. Bullshit. If Chuchen's heart was with me, I would marry her even if you didn't say anything. If her heart isn't with me, what's the use of marrying her? Do you want me to become someone worse than a pig or a dog? Menguin, if you're a man, become strong and come and take Chuchen away. I already hate you to death. But don't make me look down on you again. Let me say the ugly words first. After you leave, if Chuchen can be moved by me and change her mind and fall in love with me, don't blame me for snatching her away. But if her heart doesn't change, then we'll wait for you to come back. Take her away. If you don't look for me when you come back and lose your life in vain, I'll hate you for life. I'll dig up your grave. I'll grind your bones to dust. Manguin, I've never been brothers with you. We're love rivals. We can't live under the same sky. I hate you. I can't wait to tear you into pieces, but I'll still help you. Meng Chaoran's face was contorted. Tears flowed down his cheeks and into his mouth. It was bitter. He remembered when he went up to the upper three heavens again and drank with Ling Hanwu. Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly as he drank. At that time he sighed and said, "It's said that a woman's heart changes easily. But once a woman's heart has given, it really won't change for the rest of her life. A woman who changes her heart, it's because she doesn't love deeply." Every time they were together, every time they drank, Ling Hanwu would say, "I really want to kill you. I really want to torture you to death. I really want to tear you into pieces. You should die in the lower three heavens. Why don't you die in the lower three heavens? Why don't you die?" But every time, "He'll still help me." He even said, "If Chuchen really changes her heart and follows me, then she won't be cute anymore. But even if she's not cute, I still dream of having her. As long as Chuchen is willing to follow me, I'm willing to use my whole life to get her back and transfer her feelings for you to me. But she's not willing. You didn't let me down. It's me who let you and Chuchen down. Without me, your clan wouldn't have been destroyed." But after he said that, he continued to explain himself. "Actually, there's no one between us. It's just fate that makes a fool out of us. Chuchen didn't fall in love with the wrong person. It's the Yi clan that's a bastard. It's me who fell in love with someone I shouldn't have and couldn't extricate myself. but being unable to extricate oneself is also happiness. I know that although you can't see it, but every time you think of Chuchin, your heart is filled with motivation and happiness. But do you know me? Every time I think of Chuchin, my heart aches and I feel like stabbing myself with a sword. That time, Ling Hanwu drank and smiled bitterly. My name is not good. Ling Hanwu. I was born in the extreme north. Hee, dancing alone in the cold snow. A lifetime of struggle, a lifetime of suffering, a lifetime of loneliness. Ling Hanwu. In the early morning of the night, I sing a song, who pitted my heart already like dirt. This poem was Ling Hanwu making fun of himself. That day he was drunk. He scolded himself when he was drunk. Happy little. He always said that about me, with strong and undisguised jealousy and hatred. I didn't know at that time that my family was destroyed and I was alone, running away like a dog. How was I happy? But I finally understood that compared to you in a certain aspect, I'm much happier than you because I had a dream and you didn't. You loved your whole life. You suffered your whole life. You were in despair your whole life. You struggled your whole life. Hanwu, if there's a next life, I'm willing to do this for you. You're worth it. Meng Chaoran stood up slowly and unbuttoned his clothes. He slowly took them off and laid them on the ground. Then he carefully lifted Ling Hanwu's body and placed him on his long robe. Then he carefully fastened the buttons and covered Ling Hanwu's battered chest and back. Then he reached out and touched Ling Hanwu's wide open eyelids. He murmured, "Brother, rest in peace, I'll be right there. What I owe you in this life, I'll repay you in the next life." But when his hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyelids, Ling Hanwu's eyes opened again. This happened 3 times, glaring at him angrily. This pair of lifeless eyes was actually glaring at him so angrily. Meng Chaoran's heart shook violently. He was in a daze for a good while before he finally murmured, "You still want us to live on? Is that so? Is that so?" He said sadly, "Then Hanwu, don't worry. I'll do everything I can to live on with Chu, live on well. Cultivate hard and take revenge for you with my own hands. Okay, are you at ease now?" His hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyes again. This time, miraculously, Ling Hanwu's eyes quietly closed. His stiff cheeks also seemed to have calmed down a lot. "Do you trust me that much?" At this moment, Meng Chaoran's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife. It shattered into pieces. Chapter 2020. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ever since Chu Yang was reborn, he had never considered this matter. Siak Kuan nodded. Or rather, there was no such thing in his memory, until just now when Mo Chin-gu said, "For you, I will dance to the heavens." Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened when he heard this sentence. When he thought of this poem, he thought of this person. Xue Leihan. So he had always neglected this person. Why? When he thought of Xue Leihan, Chu Yang immediately thought of many things. Only then did he realize that there were too many differences between this life and his previous life. In his previous life, he was the poisonous sword revered martial artist. Although his name was famous, he was only a revered martial artist. However, he was able to roam freely in the lower 3 heavens, and even some places in the lower 3 heavens. There were no king-level experts in the lower 3 heavens at all. When Mo Tianji ambushed him, he only sent 3 king-level experts. But in this life, Mo clan had more than 3 king-level experts. They even had emperor-level experts. In the upper 3 heavens, king-level experts were not even worth mentioning. Emperor-level experts were not worth mentioning. Monarch-level experts were just SOSO. Saint-level experts were common. Supreme-level experts. Looking at it now, there were probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them in the entire upper 3 heavens. In his previous life, there were 2 legends, Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yin. The legends of the current generation's supreme martial artists were only Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, and now. Perhaps he was ignorant in his previous life, and when he came to the upper three heavens, he was like a rat crossing the street, dying before he could even get the fifth fragment of the sword. But legends were legends after all. Was he that ignorant and inexperienced? And, most importantly, Xue Leihan, such a peerless talent, such a famous figure, actually did not exist in this life. Absolutely not. Completely not. Why was that? Thinking of Xue Leihan, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt a vague sense of familiarity. That fortune-telling old man, Xiao Yin Mo Qingguo, on the road of 3 lives can mend the heavens. Yin and Yang needs to cherish the beauty. Evil aura, do not speak nonsense. So familiar! Xue Leihan! It's you. Chu Yang was stunned. He was now 100% sure that the old fortune-teller whom he and Zi Xieching had met in Tianji City was the one who had befriended him in his previous life. The #1 genius in the world, Xue Leihan. But at that time he didn't recognize him. Who was he? What exactly was going on? Chu Yang's mind suddenly turned into a mass of paste. The more he thought, the more confused he became. The more he thought, the more he didn't have a clue. He could only faintly feel that if he could solve all of this, then he would discover an earth-shattering secret. At this moment, Mo Qingguo said, "That person is so strange." Chu Yang was startled. He looked up. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was a white-clothed man walking on the snow. This road was the only way to the medicine banquet. At this moment, there were many people on the street. Although it was early in the morning, it was very lively. However, this man in white walked among the bustling crowd with a warm smile on his face. He looked very amiable, but it felt as if he had been lonely for tens of thousands of years. He did not fit in with everything around him. This person stepped on the white snow, crunching as he walked. Every step he took left a deep footprint. It should be very strenuous to walk like this, but looking at his posture, he was like a spring breeze, so leisurely and relaxed. It is very strange. Alarm bells rang in Chu Yang's heart. If he guessed correctly, this person should be an extremely dangerous person. While he was thinking, this man in white had already walked to a place not far in front of them. He suddenly turned his head and seemed to have noticed the two of them. He smiled and said, "What a little girl in red. You are really as cute as a fairy." Mo Qingguo blushed and hid behind Chu Yang. She only secretly revealed half of her face to look. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. "You flatter me. May I know who you are?" The man in white smiled and said, "Medicine master, not up to standard." He seemed to be smiling bitterly, but was full of confidence. He said, "I didn't even pass the first round and was eliminated, so I went to watch the fun." Chu Yang smiled. "I see." He said, "Why don't we go together?" When he said this, the man in white also happened to say, "Why don't we go together?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yang's smile was tolerant and friendly, while the man in white's smile was gentle and warm. But when Mo Qingguo saw the two of them smiling, she suddenly shuddered. The two of them walked side by side. The man in white smiled and said, "Brother Chu, you are going to win the championship this time. I am here today, specially to cheer you on." Chu Yang revealed a surprised expression and laughed. "So you know me?" The man in white shook his head and laughed. "Brother Chu, you are the best. How many of the medicine masters in this Tianji city don't know you?" Chu Yang laughed heartily in a very comfortable manner. He said, "It depends on luck." "Not necessarily. There are so many experts. I am not confident at all." He said that he was not confident at all, but his voice and expression were obviously fake modesty, obviously full of confidence. The man in white lowered his head and didn't seem to look at him. He said, "Brother Chu, you don't have to be so humble. With your attainment, it is not difficult for you to become #1 in the world." At this moment, Someone suddenly called from the roadside, "Hey, Brother Lu!" The man in white stopped and said apologetically, "Brother Chu, I met a friend." Chu Yang hurriedly said, "Brother, please go ahead." The man in white smiled apologetically and hurriedly turned to the side of the person who called from the roadside. The two of them were very intimate, as if they had met after a long time. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu continued to walk on the thick snow. The two of them were still talking as usual. They turned a corner and entered another road. They were only a few hundred feet away from the medicine banquet. At the roadside just now, the man in white was still smiling, but his face had already become cold. A black shadow appeared silently and asked with a smile, "Brother Wu, is it?" The man in white shook his head and said, "I don't think so." But this little one hid very well. "You guys, he is a first-stage martial monarch, but there is a hidden sword will on him. Looking at the situation, his real cultivation is definitely at the level of a sword saint, and not lower than the 5th stage." The man in black heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I am relieved. A sword saint is not scary, but since he is a sword saint, he must have come from the path of a sword emperor. And the Calamity Sword Master can never become a sword emperor." The man in white said, "Yes. So this Chu Yang is definitely not the Calamity Sword Master, but this young man is definitely not even 20 years old, and he already has such a shocking cultivation. And he also has the inheritance of the medical sage. He can be said to be the one and only genius in this world. If this person develops, his future achievements may not be lower than the Calamity Sword Master." When the two of them spoke, when they said the words Calamity Sword Master, they gritted their teeth and were full of hatred. The man in black was silent for a while and said, "Then, Brother Wu, have you done it?" The man in white snorted and said, "Of course I won't let him off so easily. Along the way, I have already poisoned him with 7 kinds of strong poison. These 7 kinds of strong poison are incurable. Usually they keep each other in check and he is fine. But once the time limit is reached, they will act up immediately. Like a sudden wind, there is no recovery. During the finals, I will let him act up." The man in black heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Wu, it has been hard on you." The man in white smiled lightly. "It has not been hard on me, but to poison such a small character, it is a little degrading." The two of them chuckled and suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Chu Yang turned the corner. The sword spirit's voice, almost dripping with cold sweat, came out. "My God, I really saw a ghost." "Saw a ghost? Huh." Chu Yang was not surprised. He said lightly, "That person just now should be Wu Juetching, right?" The sword spirit was startled. "How did you know?" "I just know." Chu Yang smiled. "Intuition." Then he said he didn't recognize me. Then he said, "If he did, then I would have become a pile of rotten meat by now." The sword spirit sighed and said, "You are right. Wu Juetching's hatred for the tribulation sword master far surpasses that of this Dharma Supreme." Chu Yang said understandingly, "Because Wu Juetching's identity is special. Haha. As the successor of Supreme Martial Artist Jinfeng, he is held in high regard wherever he goes. When has he ever suffered any setbacks or been cheated? How can he not hate someone who has been played around with his whole life?" Then he asked, "What poison did he give me?" The sword spirit was stunned. "You can feel that he has poisoned you?" Chu Yang smiled lightly. "I can't feel it. Even until now, I haven't felt it at all. But Wu Juetching didn't come specially to say these words to me. 7 types of poisons balance each other and cause paralysis." The sword spirit smiled. "But he doesn't want your life. Looks like he just wants you to compete." Chu Yang clicked his tongue and said, "Amazing. Can it be cured?" The sword spirit said, "Of course there is no problem, but this kind of poison can only be absorbed by the tribulation sword. If Wu Juetching finds out that you are not poisoned, he will immediately know that you are the tribulation sword master. Wu Jueqing will then come and kill you. Even in the finals, you won't be able to stop him. Chu Yang pondered and said, Is there any other way? Yes, the sword spirit chuckled. You can put a bottle of spiritual spring water in your arms and drink half a bottle. This kind of poison can be delayed for a while before acting up. I will draw the poison away, and you will complete the competition. Even if Wu Jueqing comes and sees the spiritual spring water, he will also know the reason. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He paralyzed me. Feng, it shouldn't be as simple as just stopping me in the finals. But there should be other motives. Otherwise, with Wu Jueqing's status, why would he poison me? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? So their target is still Big Sister Z and the rest. Chu Yang snorted coldly. They want to use poison to blackmail us? Chapter 2021. The sword spirit thought for a while and said, Maybe. Chu Yang pondered. Threatening him with the antidote seems too naive. It should be just a part of the plan. At this point, Chu Yang suddenly became excited. Tell me about the symptoms after the wind. Even if I used the spiritual spring water to slow it down, it would still act up eventually. He poisoned me, and I poisoned him. Isn't this a very normal thing? The sword spirit smiled bitterly. You even want to make use of this. You're really scheming. Chu Yang said I was poisoned. How can that be considered scheming? Then he asked, I'm the only one poisoned, right? Is Qing Gu all right? The sword spirit smiled bitterly. Wu Jueqing is also a person of great status. Do you think he would poison a little girl for no reason? Chu Yang snorted. Not necessarily. I don't trust any of these people now. After receiving the sword spirit's confirmation that Mo Qing Gu wasn't poisoned, Chu Yang was relieved. The sword spirit thought for a while and said, However, compared to being poisoned, there's another more important matter. Therefore, Wu Jueqing is here this time. We can't let him go. If there's a battle, we really have to fight. Chu Yang frowned and immediately thought of something. He couldn't help but gasp. Sword intent. Yes, the sword spirit smiled bitterly. I sense the aura of sword intent on Wu Jueqing's body. Chu Yang's face twitched. He immediately felt troubled. How can we get it back? There are 3 ways. The sword spirit said. The first way is to capture Wu Jueqing and extract the sword intent from his body. He should only be keeping it for his own, used temporarily and can't refine it. The tribulation sword intent can't be refined by others. Capture Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Let's talk about the second way. The second way is to kill Wu Jueqing. The sword spirit smiled and said, The sword intent will automatically disperse out of his body and then we can collect it. Chu Yang said speechlessly, You might as well not say it. Just Wu Jueqing's cultivation alone is already as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. Moreover, Wu Jueqing is the descendant of supreme martial artist Qin Feng, and Qin Feng clearly dotes on him a lot, even going as far as to use the method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun to save him from the tribulation, mending heavens. This is evident. If Wu Jueqing dies, how can martial sage Qin Feng let the matter rest? And supremacy Qin Feng and supremacy Lu Yin are husband and wife. Am I supposed to fight Qin Feng and Lu Yin with my current strength? Let's consider the third option. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The third method is to reveal your identity as the Tribulation Sword's master and use the Tribulation Sword to absorb the energy swords, the sword spirit explained. He laughed bitterly. Also, I'm not sure. The distance must be within 1,000 feet. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's face. This third method makes my crotch cramp even more. Is there a fourth method? No more. There are only 3 ways. The sword spirit was very straightforward. Fuck. Chu Yang was speechless. He asked the heavens, Aren't you fucking cheating me? My insignificant strength is enough to dominate the lower three heavens. But asking me to kill Wu Jueqing? Don't you think it's a bit too much to ask? The sword spirit said submissively, but you still have experts by your side. Chu Yang was speechless. He rolled his eyes at him and sighed heavily. He pulled himself out of the tribulation space. He didn't want to waste any more words with the sword spirit. They were already at their destination. No one was allowed to spectate the finals of the medicine banquet. This was the rule. However, even though the rules were as such, there was still a sea of people present. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and the ground was full of people. Chu Yang whispered into Mo Qingwu's ear. "Qingwu, I will enter the finals later. Your teacher will come to find you. Remember to tell him that Wu Jueqing is here." These 5 words. Let him pass the message to Moon Breeze. Don't let anyone hear it. Do you understand? Mo Qingwu's eyes flashed with doubt, but she nodded heavily. "Brother Chu Yang, don't worry. I will definitely do it." "Okay." Chu Yang turned and walked toward the finals. Mo Qingwu waved her little fists behind him, jumping and shouting, "Brother Chu Yang, go for it." She attracted a lot of attention. The little girl didn't care at all. Chu Yang smiled and entered the gate guarded by the Medicine Valley's personnel. The other pharmacists who were selected that day were already present. Seeing Chu Yang walk in, everyone's expression was heavy, full of vigilance. Although they had already experienced it once, compared to this young man in front of them, they really felt that they had no chance of winning at all. The last time, half the time and twice the results. It almost destroyed all of this pharmacist's confidence. And this time, this was a finals with even more significance. It directly involved the ownership of the title of the #1 pharmacist in the world. After the finals this time, the refinement of the heaven-nourishing jade began immediately. Once the heaven-nourishing jade was completed, the nourishment of the heavens would begin on the 3rd day. It would complete the magnificent feat of nourishing the heavens in the history of the heaven-level continent. All of this glory would fall on the head of the champion of the finals. The snowflakes became denser and denser. In the end, one couldn't even see clearly on the other side. Such heavy snow was truly a rare sight. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the finals of the medicine banquet finally began. The high priest of the Medicine Valley personally came to greet the 10 people to enter the designated environment for the finals. As Chu Yang walked in, he turned his head and looked back as if he had a telepathic connection. He saw a red shadow swaying in a distant place. A crisp voice came from afar. "Chu Yang, go for it." It was Mo Qingwu's voice. A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. This little girl had finally revealed her ambition. She thought that I couldn't see her. She actually started to call me by my full name with a smile. Chu Yang entered the arena. Outside the arena, at the top of a big tree covered in snow, Buluqing, dressed in green, stood with his hands behind his back. Mo Qingwu stood beside him. Her petite figure looked even more delicate in the white snow. At this moment, in the cold weather, the little girl breathed out hot air. Her face was flushed with excitement. There was a kind of infinite tenderness surging in her heart. I called his name. I don't want to call him Brother Chu Yang anymore. I want to call him Chu Yang. This is more like how husband and wife address each other. Humph. Sister Wu Qianshan has ambitions for him. She thinks that I can't tell. Humph. Ah, how embarrassing. At the thought of these 2 words, the little girl was so embarrassed that she felt as if she had a fever. She felt her body go soft, and she actually almost fell from the treetop. Buluqing was shocked. He pulled her back. The little girl didn't fall from the sky. Supreme martial artist Bu was extremely puzzled. Although I haven't given this little disciple of mine a huge boost in cultivation for the time being, she's already a 1st-grade martial saint. Why is she standing on the tree with such a cultivation? She's actually going to fall. It's really strange. Under the high priest's lead, the 10 people entered the arena. Then the high priest led them. They walked into the huge palace that was almost made out of an entire mountain. Along the way, there were many sentries. At the outermost periphery, there were monarch-level and emperor-level experts. As they went in, as the line of defense shrank, it became Marshal Saint-level experts. There was a whole line of such lines of defense. When they entered the palace, Chu Yang realized that in every corner outside the palace, there was a person standing there. He stood there with a solemn expression, not moving at all. The fluttering snow had almost buried them. It could be seen that before the finals, they had already been here for a day or a few days. They were only guarding this empty field to prevent anyone from sneaking in. These people, every one of them, was a supreme martial artist. Such a tight defense made Chu Yang feel startled and alarmed. Upon entering the main hall, a fresh and warm wind suddenly greeted them. There was also a strong fragrance of flowers and the fragrance of herbs. There were more than 10,000 types of elixirs in the medicine banquet. There were hundreds of thousands of types, and there was definitely more than one stock of each type. They were all in this main hall. There were so many types of elixirs. Every type could be said to be a heavenly treasure. Most of the big clan stores for 1,000 years, all the resources of the Medicine Valley for 1,000 years, all the heavenly treasures that the Zhuge clan had collected for 10,000 years. They were all here. The elixirs here were enough to make anyone in the world so excited that they would have a nervous breakdown at the sight of them. None of the spirit medicines were packed into boxes. They were laid out in circles, naked, with their roots, tubers, flowers, and petals all exposed. At a glance, one couldn't even see the end of them. They were densely packed together, and yet the medicinal energy didn't dissipate in the slightest. And the medicinal properties weren't messed up at all. Although the elixirs were tightly packed together, they seemed to maintain a safe distance from each other. This was the biggest characteristic of heavenly treasures, vitality. Only with this characteristic could a stock of elixir be qualified to be called a heavenly treasure. Furthermore, each and every stock of spirit medicine was full of vitality under such circumstances. Some sprouted buds, some even sprouted new branches, and some even bloomed flower buds. It was cold and snowy outside. Inside, tens of thousands of elixirs were actually flourishing. Among them, there were actually clusters of flowers blooming, just like spring. This was just a very ordinary space. There was nothing special about it at all. How could this be? Looking at the clusters of blooming flowers opposite him, Chu Yang almost suspected that he was dreaming. In the middle of the main hall, there were 10 pillars with a radius of 10 feet. They were 50 feet tall and emitted a dark brown glow. It was unknown what material they were made of. At the top of the pillars, there was a huge lotus. A strange aura was constantly being sucked in from all directions into the lotus land. The high priest's expression was solemn. He coughed and said, "Everyone, now is the finals of the medicine banquet. This is the location of the great heaven-turning array. Everyone, where you are, is the location of the eye of the array. It has been 100 years since the array was set up at the chosen location. Take the number of Guiyuan. For 100 years, the array was buried deep underground. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. It invaded the magnificence of the mountains and rivers and breathed in the beauty of the rivers. It took 100 years to complete this array." Chapter 2022. Chu Yang had to admit that the other party's plan had already succeeded. Bu Liuqing's plan was originally the most difficult to move, but now he was the first to be moved and agreed to the duel. With news of Ning Tianya, and bad news at that, Bu Liuqing would crawl over even if his legs were broken. And once he went, if he could not achieve his goal, Bu Liuqing would rather die than retreat. There was no doubt about this. This meant that Bu Liuqing was already locked in this duel. As long as the other party was strong enough, they could kill Bu Liuqing there. But in the face of such feelings, how could Chu Yang dissuade them? Chu Yang sighed. "You only invited yourself?" Ning Tianya said, "No, there's also the Moon Breeze couple. The Dharma Supreme invited them to end the 10,000 years of enmity on the same day and at the same place. 10,000 years of enmity? Chu Yang asked in surprise. What enmity do they have? The Moon Breeze couple's teacher was the previous Dharma Supreme. Buluching sighed. He died in the hands of this Dharma Supreme. Today, the Dharma Supreme has spoken of this matter clearly. Chu Yang sighed, his mouth full of bitterness. In that case, the Moon Breeze couple also have to go. They have to go. Buluching nodded heavily. And it's also a duel to the death. It's just a duel, and 3 out of the 4 experts on our side have been taken away at the same time. Chu Yang was a little speechless. Haven't you considered that this is a huge trap that's enough to kill all of you? Buluching looked up at the sky and said indifferently, a real man has to do what he doesn't do and what he must do. It's enough to have a noble heart and a stable conscience. As for other things, if necessary, even if I die 1,000 times, I won't look back. This duel, even if I know it's a trap, I still have to go. Buluching said word by word. Even though I know that I will die if I go, I still have to go. Chu Yang sighed. He understood Buluching and the Moon Breeze couple's decision. Just like him, if the other party had made the duel with the safety of Meng Chaoran, Guduxing and the others, would he have gone? There was no need to doubt it. There was no need to consider it at all. It was precisely because he understood that he felt powerless, because Chu Yang was certain that as long as the 3 of them went, they would definitely be buried in Mount Xingyun. Previously, he was still considering it. What kind of method did the other party have to use to force these people to the point that they couldn't even escape? But now, it seemed to be a simple matter. For people like the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jiueching, once they agreed to a battle, they would definitely have absolute confidence in winning. It could kill the enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved at all. Chu Yang, if I unfortunately die, Qingwu, I'll leave him in your care. Buluching said indifferently, if old Ning is still alive, he will naturally come back. If he is dead, little Wu will only have you in the future. You must not bully her. Chu Yang still hadn't answered. The door to Yu Lingshue's room opened. The Moon Breeze couple led Wu Qianqian out slowly. The husband and wife were dressed in snow-white robes. As they stood in the snow, it was as if they had become one with the world. Feng Yuro said, Chu Yang, I have a presumptuous request. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Please go ahead. 3 days later, I will head to Mount Xingyun with Zhang Yang. A battle with the Dharma Supreme. This trip bodes ill rather than well. If the 2 of us die in battle at Mount Xingyun, then I'll leave Qianqian to you. Feng Yuro stared deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang, don't forget your promise to Qianqian. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything yet, and 2 people had already come to entrust him with his orphanage. I don't care if you have multiple wives. I don't care how you arrange them. I don't care about your scruples. Feng Yuro, this woman, who had always been weak, showed her tough side at this moment. She said, decisively anyway, you have to give Qianqian. Leave a place for her. Let her be happy. Let her be happy. Master, Wu Qianqian called out. Her tears were about to fall. She was about to cry, but immediately blushed in embarrassment. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Suddenly, he said in an earth-shattering rage, Are you so sure that you'll die this time? You can't wait to entrust me with your orphanage. Do you know that you are extremely lacking in self-confidence? If you don't even have confidence in yourselves, how can you defeat the enemy and return victorious? Motherfucker, entrust everything to me. If I die, who do I entrust to? Chu Yang was furious. You are all people who can dominate the world. Don't you have the confidence to return safely after killing all the enemies? You have Lady Z by your side. You won't die. Buluching nodded at Zi Xieching and said, Lady Z, I'll entrust the safety of this place to you. Zi Xieching smiled bitterly. What's the use of entrusting it to me? The three of you are the main force. After all, I'm about to leave this continent. If you die and I leave, then the few of you left here can only be bullied to death. Zi Xieching smiled lightly. Bu Luqing, Feng, and you, the three of you have lived for a long time. In these years, you have enemies all over the world, right? Moreover, none of your enemies are weak. If you die and your disciples haven't fully matured, think about it. How will they deal with your disciples? Especially such a beautiful female disciple. Even if Chu Yang has 3 heads and 3 arms, he's only a martial saint. Any random, first-grade supreme martial artist would be able to defeat all of them. How many of your enemies are first-grade supreme martial artists? Not to mention more, at least 100? When you go to the final battle 3 days later, can you kill all of them? Zi Xieching said lightly, you can go and fight, go and kill and have fun. If you die, so be it. If you die, even if the enemy salts your corpses into bacon, you won't feel anything. But have you thought about this? Buluching and Feng, and you broke out in cold sweat. That's right, the 3 of them had countless enemies. When they were around, even if their enemies were right in front of them, they would have to kneel down and talk to them. They wouldn't even dare to cough loudly. But what if they were not around? Only a disciple with weak cultivation would be left, and a female disciple at that. The 3 of them didn't dare to think further. If the 3 of them died and Zi Xieching left, then what awaited Mo Qingguo, Wu Qianqian, and the rest would definitely be torture and humiliation worse than death. Even Chu Yang and the rest would be the same. Death is easy to be generous. Humiliation is hard to bear. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Please consider carefully, but such a vengeance must be avenged. Bu Luqing gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. Our children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. They will only become towering trees after suffering hardships. We can't protect them forever. Some things will have to be faced sooner or later. The Feng and you couple also nodded solemnly. Chu Yang sighed. What was to come would eventually come. The other party had already figured out their personalities. The trap they set was irresistible no matter what. All right, then take care of yourselves. Chu Yang waved his hand coldly. People like us also need to get used to the feeling of being alone and helpless as soon as possible. Die, let's all die. Bu Luqing and Feng and you couple's faces twitched. They both felt that this little guy really didn't listen to them. At this moment, in such an atmosphere of grief and indignation, they actually had the urge to slap him hard. Then, everyone stayed in the courtyard for a while. Under Chu Yang's urging, they returned to their own rooms. Chu Yang gave Zi Xieching a look. Brother Bu, Feng, and you, I would like to discuss something with the 3 of you. Zi Xieching said knowingly, please wait for me here for a while. Under the confused gazes of Bu Luqing and the other 2, Zi Xieching turned and returned to her room. Chu Yang snorted and left in a huff. In the room, Chu Yang took out 3 small balls of primordial violet vapor at the fastest speed, giving Zi Xieching a shock. Are you sure you want to do this? Zi Xieching lowered her voice. It's better than watching them die. Chu Yang shrugged. Zi Xieching laughed. Chu Yang, you are really not a stingy person. You must know that this kind of thing is also a treasure even in the heavenly imperial court. Giving them these today is enough for them to form their life force origin. As long as they don't die after this battle, it is equivalent to creating a staircase for them to reach the heavens. Chu Yang smiled gently. It's better than us going up alone, right? These few people are very bad-tempered, but I have to admit that they are all good people and very cute. It's better to have fewer people like them die. Zi Xieching laughed. Chu Yang said, but I can't take out these things personally. Otherwise, all my secrets will be exposed. So, I will only give Bu Luqing one incomplete version of the heavy pill as a backup. As for Feng and you, They only have primordial violet vapor. If they are injured, I will leave the incomplete version of the heavy pill with you. Once there is a situation, you can tear open the space and go over immediately, then give it to them immediately. How about that? Zi Xieching said cheerfully, that would be the best. Phone, and you are naturally reliable. But they were a classic example of a ruler. A ruler could be easily bullied. Before Chu Yang's power was fully developed, he couldn't take any risks. So, he could only fake Zi Xieching to do these things. With Zi Xieching's cultivation and identity, even if she took out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and said that it was refined by her, no one would doubt it. Because she had the power and qualifications. Besides, the heavy pill was a legend. Apart from Tribulation's sword master and Tribulation, there were people who had seen the heavy pill before, but they weren't the only ones who had seen it. When Zi Xieching came out again, her face was a little pale. She walked to the front of the three people and said lightly, I'll give the three of you some small things to increase your chances of success in this battle. As she said, she flipped her hand and 3 balls of purple vapor entered the foreheads of the 3 people at lightning speed. Instantly, purple vapor rose from the 3 people's bodies. Then they sweated profusely, but it was surprisingly comfortable, as if at this moment, even their souls and divine senses were purified. Life force origin. Buluching knew what was good and couldn't help but exclaim, my stock of manuscripts has been exhausted. Continue to work hard. 5th, 7th, 8th, and even. Chapter 2023. The Moon Breeze couple instantly turned pale with fright. This Lady Z actually extracted so much life force origin energy and gave it to them? This great kindness. They really didn't know how to repay it. Shuhai Pavilion and G. Zi Xieching said indifferently, this is all I can help you with. Take care of yourselves. The 3 of them said gratefully, don't mention it, Lady Z. Today's gift is enough for us to remember for life. Zi Xieching turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly threw a purple crystal bottle to Buluching. This is for you. You know what this is. Buluching caught it with a complicated expression on his face and said, yes, I know what this is. Zi Xieching was silent for a moment before she said, stay alive. She turned around and left. The 3 of them stood in the snow with complicated expressions. After a long time, they sat down cross-legged and started meditating. Another place, in the secret chamber of the Zhuge clan, the Dharma Supreme sat on a red sandalwood chair, looking down expressionlessly. He said indifferently, is everything ready? Yi Di, who was at the head of the line, replied, the Yi clan is ready. All the required manpower has also arrived. The Ling clan is ready. The Shao clan is ready. The Shi clan is ready. The clan is ready. The Lan clan is ready. The Chun clan is ready. The last one, Zhuge Hutu, coughed and bowed. The great nebula divide of heavenly secrets array is ready. The supreme martial artist experts of the Zhuge clan are also ready. We are just waiting for the Dharma Supreme's orders. The Dharma Supreme's deep gaze swept across everyone. He said indifferently, this time as a precaution, I have mobilized 50 supreme martial artist experts from the law enforcement officers. In this way, the law enforcement officers have mobilized a total of supreme martial artists. 300 of them. The 8 super clans have a total of 411 supreme martial artists. A total of 711 experts are participating in this slaying of Tao operation. The Dharma Supreme's voice was stern, including everyone here, Brother Wu and me. There are 771 of them. Such a lineup is unprecedented in the heavens. It was the first time in the history of the heavenly layer that so many experts had gathered together to participate in this grand event. This is the first time. The enemy's strength is unprecedentedly strong. This also appeared in the level heaven. The first extreme grade expert. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Zhuge Hutu said, Dharma Supreme, we've already made the arrangements. but whether or not they'll come in, that still needs to be discussed. L. Shuhai Pavilion, NG. A gentle smile appeared on the Dharma Supreme's face as he said indifferently, "That side has already accepted my challenge. There was no need to worry about this. They will definitely come." Ah, Zhuge Hutu was flabbergasted. He did not expect the Dharma Supreme to settle everything without a word. However, why would the other party agree to such an obvious trap? This matter was truly inconceivable. The ones who agreed to the duel were Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, and Feng Yuro. There are 3 of them. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Brother Wu has already rushed to Mount Xingyun in advance to make arrangements. What everyone needs to pay attention to is our main focus, not these 3 people. Furthermore, for some reason, even if they were chased away, they wouldn't run away. Therefore, everyone needs to be on guard against a battle to the death. Once the 3 of them arrive, the array will not be activated for the time being. Then, we'll use the tactic of taking turns to exhaust them. Surround them, but do not kill them. Try to make the situation as tense as possible. The more injured they are, the better. However, as long as that mysterious woman does not appear, the array will not be activated." A sinister smile appeared on the Dharma Supreme's face as he said, "Bu Liuqing's might has shaken the world, dominating the world for 10,000 years. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingshue's might has also shaken the level heaven these few years. All 3 of them are unparalleled experts. Everyone, are you interested in teasing unparalleled experts? Seeing the unparalleled experts of the past being toyed with like pigs and dogs under their own siege. Everyone, this is enough to comfort you for the rest of your lives." Everyone roared with laughter. In short, as long as that mysterious woman doesn't appear, all of you can play to your heart's content. Once that woman arrives, then, at the same time that she arrives, Zhuge Hutu, you are in charge of activating the Great Nebula Divide of Heavenly Secrets array immediately. From the moment that mysterious woman enters the array, fight with all your might, risking your life for her life, injury for injury. We must kill that female attacker in the shortest time possible. No matter what kind of sacrifice we have to make, it will be worth it." The Dharma Supreme said this heavily, looking at everyone coldly. He said indifferently, "Everyone, do you remember this?" Yes, Yi Di was the first to speak. "Rest assured, Lord Dharma Supreme, we are no longer inexperienced and know the severity of the situation. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must kill that woman. Otherwise, the big clans will really be finished." "Good." The Dharma Supreme nodded, his gaze dark and gloomy. "There's one more thing. When that woman enters the Great Array, the Martial Saint experts left behind to guard Tenji City must prepare a team to attack the Orchard Palace with all their might. They must kill Chuyang and the rest. This is a 2-pronged attack." The Dharma Supreme said, "However, the attack cannot be launched too early. We must wait until that mysterious woman enters the array. Do you understand?" Zhuge Hutu stood up, straightened his back, and agreed loudly. However, everyone must take note of one thing. That disciple of Bu Luqing, that little girl in red, if you can capture her alive, try to keep her alive. It would be a pity to kill such an innate spirit meridian." The Dharma Supreme said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement, laughing bleakly. Lord Dharma Supreme still loves talent after all. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said indifferently, "Talent must be used by me. Only then can I love it. If not, I still have to kill them. If I nurture a tiger, then I will really fail miserably and embarrass myself." Everyone burst into laughter. Also, that Chuyang, the heaven-nourishing jade, has already been stolen. Although I don't know who did it, the person who did it is definitely not from Chuyang's side. This means that the future trouble has been removed, and Chuyang has already poisoned. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, I will not say more about the importance of this battle. Everyone knows it well. I will only say one thing. The slaying of Tao battle cannot be lost. Everyone nodded solemnly. Everyone understood the importance of this battle. If they still lost with such a lineup, then the fate of the big clans would basically be sealed. There would be no hope of a comeback. All right, everyone, disperse and make your preparations. At the same time, prepare for the heaven-nourishing jade 3 days later. The Dharma Supreme waved his hand. Everyone stood up. No matter who it was, they all had the same solemn and determined look on their faces as they walked out. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back, watching everyone leave. In a low voice, he recited, "How many heroes have shed their blood in this battle? How many heroes have not returned? Everyone, tomorrow night I will personally host a banquet. Let us drink to our heart's content." The 8-second grandmasters shuddered. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't and walked out silently. There were a few people who were moved by the gesture. Orchard Palace. Chu Yang sat in front of the window. He stared at the heavy snow outside the window. This heavy snow had been falling for a total of 17 days since it started. Nearly half of the houses in Tianji City had already collapsed due to the heavy burden. The Zhuge clan was preparing for war and didn't come up with any effective measures. Instead, it was the Diwu clan under the Zhuge clan that spared no effort in providing disaster relief. The door opened and Meng Chaoran walked in, covered in snow. He smiled casually. Yang, thinking about the great battle 3 days later again? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Teacher, how are you? Me? I'm very happy. Meng Chaoran smiled gently. Your teacher's wife is still unconscious. I just fed her something and asked Hanwu out for a drink before she wakes up. Haha. As he spoke, he took out a plate of peanuts and a few pieces of lotus root from the cupboard with practiced ease. Then he took out a jar of wine and placed it on the table. 2 wine cups were placed opposite each other. Meng Chaoran sat down casually. He picked up the jar of wine and filled both cups with wine. He said calmly, Yang, actually you don't have to worry about anything. Life and death are just such a boundary. It's fine as long as you work hard. Victory or defeat is determined by the heavens. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If you take things too seriously, you'll care. If you care, you'll feel pressure. When you're under pressure, you'll feel heavy. When you feel heavy, you'll feel anxious. When you feel anxious, you'll make mistakes. Meng Chaoran said calmly, let me tell you something. Being able to accept things doesn't mean being able to let go. Being able to accept things doesn't mean being able to let go? Chu Yang murmured. Meng Chaoran was no longer paying attention to him. He raised his cup in invitation. It seemed that there was someone sitting opposite him with a smile. Meng Chaoran smiled somewhat happily. Hanwu, it's still snowing heavily today. Looking at the snowflakes, I thought of your name. Haha, dancing in the cold snow. Come. With such beautiful scenery, how can we not have a drink? As he spoke, he drained his cup in one gulp. He leaned over attentively and picked up the wine cup opposite him. He gently poured the wine onto the floor, then put it back in place and filled it up again. Every time I drink with you, you're always indignant, jealous, and scolding me. Haha, you've never acknowledged me as your brother your whole life. But now you can't deny it, can you? Cheers. Chu Yang's eyes stung. He said bitterly, Teacher, there's no need to persuade me. Meng Chaoran waved his hands. I'm not crazy, nor am I deranged. I know that Hanwu has already passed away, but just because he's gone, it doesn't mean that our relationship is also gone. It's also gone because I'm still here. If I'm here, our relationship is here. If our relationship is here, our brother is here. If our brother is here, we must drink. We must enjoy ourselves. Meng Chaoran said, life and death are all the same. As he spoke, he drank another cup. Then he waved his cup at Hanwu and said with a chuckle, Don't you agree, Hanwoo? Then Meng Charan laughed. It's rare that we share the same view. Come, brother, let's drink. I've always thought that I owed you, but now I realize that I was wrong. I don't owe you, but you owe me. You died so heroically and gracefully, but you made me. Let's not talk about it anymore. Anyway, if there's a next life, you must repay me. Ha! Chu Yang's heart ached. He could vaguely see that opposite Meng Chaoran, Ling Hanwu's clothes were as white as snow. There was a smile on his face as he raised his cup and drank. The corners of his eyes were full of the joy of a good friend's reunion. Chu Yang only felt a sudden itch in his throat. He held his breath and walked out quietly. He left this space for the two brothers who had been through life and death together. He quietly closed the door. From inside, Meng Charan's voice could be vaguely heard, as if saying, "What are you worried about?" To be continued. Chapter 2024. Chu Yang nodded heavily. I know, but even if it's just a little bit, I'll still do it. But what's the real reason that can affect the overall situation that you're talking about? Diwu Qingru smiled and said meaningfully, Actually, even if I don't intervene, if it's just a battle like this, they may not win and you may not lose. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Of course, but I have to fight for every bit of help, even if it's insignificant. Diwu Qingru said, Yes, but you've already helped me a lot. This time, I don't owe you any favors. Chu Yang laughed out loud. You deliberately said this because you want me to remember this favor of yours. Fifth, you're too cunning. Diwu Qingru shook his head and smiled. It's not that I'm cunning, but you think too badly of me. Both of them laughed in unison. This time, the Zhuge clan has transferred a few people from the Diwu clan. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed slightly. He said, By then, they'll have the word Wu on them. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Diwu, this time, I'll definitely owe you a favor. Diwu Qingru smiled lightly. I also have my own plans. I've harmed you so many times. I have to let you get back a little. Sending charcoal and snow is always better than adding flowers to brocade. Good. Goodbye. Thank you. Chu Yang clasped his hands and flew up like a goose feather. I'll remember your help. Diwu Qingru's voice came into his ears. Don't die. Then he pondered for a while and said, Are the people transferred from the Diwu clan already? A voice in the dark said, Of course. This time, the world is really going to change. Diwu Qingru smiled lightly. If it doesn't work, there'll always be some clues to follow. Once they're discovered, they'll be destroyed together with them. If it works, the Diwu clan will rise. This is a huge gamble. Diwu Qingru stood in the snow and let out a long sigh. This is a gamble that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the lives of all the people are at stake. Chu Yang's figure was hidden in the snow. He changed more than 10 directions, changed more than 10 body movements, and changed more than 10 body shapes. Finally, he quietly entered an inn. Nangong Shifeng and the others lived here. After Chu Yang came in, he urgently arranged for Nangong Shifeng and the others to retreat immediately. Nangong Shifeng had been collecting information for her during this period of time. Of course, the people from the big clans knew about this. After the battle, no matter what, Nangong and the others will be noticed and retaliated against. This was something that could be predicted. Even now, many people were paying attention to the movements of Nangong Shifeng and the others. During this period of time, although Nangong Shifeng and the others still looked ugly when they went out, in fact, everyone had been treated well by Chu Yang. He was no different from a normal person. Chu Yang took out a big bag of purple crystals and placed it on the table. Then he took out a few elixirs and said, The passing wind battle is about to begin. Bring your brothers and leave Tianji City immediately. If we win this battle, I will contact you guys. If we lose, don't appear in the martial world ever again. These purple crystals are enough for you to live on. Take these pills. They can cure Wanlai. Let's not waste any more words and hurry out of the city. The sooner the better. Nangong Shifeng was moved and said, Young Master Chu is so righteous. Am I, Nangong Shifeng, so afraid of death? Let's fight it out with them. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and said, Don't be rash. You guys are a little weak. It's not worth to lose your lives for nothing. He urged them again and finally convinced them, but their eyes were already full of tears. In their ugly lives, no one was willing to look them in the eye. Only Chu Yang treated them sincerely. This feeling of being respected, relied on, and cared for was unforgettable for Nangong Shifeng. Chu Yang asked Wei Wuyan and the others and found out that they had already left Tianji City long ago. Their whereabouts were unknown. Only then did he feel relieved. Under Chu Yang's arrangement, Nangong Shifeng and the others washed away the color on their faces. Then they disguised themselves and walked out one by one. They went back and forth a few times, brought back wine and dishes, and placed them on the table. The fragrance of wine spread far and wide. But Nangong Shifeng and the others, who were supposed to be in the inn, had already disappeared without a trace after a long time. Chu Yang leaped up and took a big detour. After checking the spots, he returned to the Orchard Palace. After returning, Chu Yang immediately found Dong Wushang and Rui Batong. The three brothers disguised themselves again. Dressed in white, they disappeared into the wind and snow. Why do you want to catch these people? Rui Batong looked at the men and women in his hands and was a little puzzled. Chu Yang took out a piece of paper and looked at it. He said, This guy gave me really good stuff. These guys are the illegitimate children of several important people in the Zhuge clan. Illegitimate children usually have a kind of love and guilt. So, it can tug at their heartstrings even more. Chu Yang said, Hide these guys well and then go catch others. The three of them ran back and forth in the wind and thunder. Until late at night, they actually caught more than 30 people. Among them, there were the illegitimate children of important people in the Zhuge clan. There were also the mistresses and mistresses of some people in other clans and contacts of some important business channels. They also looted 2 secret treasure troves of the Zhuge clan and 8 shops of the Zhuge clan according to the directions of Diwu Qingrou's 2 maps. They swept away all the important and valuable things. In particular, several important intelligence contacts were directly killed by the 3 of them. That night, everyone in Tianji City was in a state of panic. The Zhuge clan was in a mess that night. There were fights, investigations, crying wives, screaming wives. There were people cursing in exasperation. These will be useful, but it won't affect the overall situation, Dong Wushang said with certainty. Of course, we're also trying our best. Send out the information of these people. No matter what, let's create chaos for a while first. Chu Yang sneered. Especially when the clan is in chaos, it's impossible for the supreme martial artist experts to not be affected. Even if it's just a little bit of impatience, it will also have an effect. Besides, control the hostages well. If they want to deal with us, they will definitely be led by someone from the Zhuge clan. Among these people we control, as long as one of them is the family member of the leading expert from the Zhuge clan, then we can be in a stalemate for a while. Chu Yang said, With our current strength, we can't help at all in the battle over there. However, we must not let them have any worries. Under the efforts of Chu Yang and the rest, the entire Tianji city was filled with complaints in the shortest amount of time. In these 2 days, there were curses everywhere. All the big and small people in Tianji city were affected. The business of the Zhuge clan was almost paralyzed. Rumors about every important person were flying all over the place. There was even a group of people who were secretly adding fuel to the fire. Many people anxiously finished their clan meetings, their hearts heavy and gloomy. When they returned home, they were badly beaten by their wives. There were even people who killed their wives out of anger. At first, the people from the other clans were happy to watch the show. However, later on, they realized that the storm was getting more and more intense. When there were faint signs of panic, they wanted to stop it, but it was already not something that could be done in a day or 2. This matter also made Juga Hutu a little frustrated and irritable. Although he knew that this was the enemy's trick, he just couldn't control himself from lashing out in such a torturous situation. It was finally the third day. The Venerable One nourished the heavens. Early in the morning, the Dharma Supreme and the rest were already done with their preparations. They gathered at the entrance of the medicine banquet and stood solemnly under the dancing snowflakes. Juga Hutu's expression was very bad. His clan brother actually had so many shameful things. This made Juga Hutu feel a little ashamed in front of the others. The Dharma Supreme walked out slowly. His gaze swept across and he said, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." Everyone present shouted at the same time. The Li clan was absent. The Dharma Supreme had chosen one of his 2 great guards to participate in the Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens. Good. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "When the array is activated, a hole will appear in the void. Everyone, send these pieces of heaven-nourishing jade into the hole at the same time, and use all the energy in your body to seal the hole. Only when the hole disappears can you withdraw your energy." The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "I will preside over the array. There are 200 supreme martial artists outside. Everyone can do it without worry." "Okay." Yi Di and the rest nodded solemnly. The Dharma Supreme heaved a long sigh of relief and stood still. The next moment, he suddenly rose into the air and floated in the air as if he was weightless, slowly flying up. Wherever he flew, the snowflakes would automatically melt away. In the snowy sky, his black robe was actually so dazzling. He flew 100 feet into the air. The Dharma Supreme shouted, "Activate the array!" In an instant, 200 experts activated their energy at the same time, activating the array that was already prepared underground. A dazzling white light suddenly shot out from the ground. It was at least a few feet thick and shone directly on the Dharma Supreme's body. The Dharma Supreme's body was stimulated by this white light. His long hair suddenly stood up and danced in the air. His black robe fluttered violently, and he shot 1,000 feet into the air like a shooting star. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. He shook his arms and shouted, "Heaven, boundless cold, awe-inspiring water, vast mountains, I am willing to turn my body into a tribulation and nourish the heavens with my loyal heart and blood." Before he finished his sentence, as if he had activated a type of mysterious energy between heaven and earth, the whole world suddenly trembled. The mountains and rivers around Tianji City also trembled at this moment. The trembling became more and more intense. Gradually, from far to near, from heaven to earth, waves of clear ripples appeared and swept towards them. The Dharma Supreme shouted, "Heaven, take pity on me. Activate the nourishing of the heavens." In midair, there was a loud boom of thunder. It was early in the morning and in the middle of winter, but there was actually thunder rumbling violently. The snowy sky suddenly turned pitch black. A perfectly round hole suddenly appeared in this pitch black land, 1,000 feet above the Dharma Supreme's head. Chapter 2025. Every hole that appeared out of nowhere shone with sparkling white light. They formed a huge circle, and in the middle was the Dharma Supreme's proud figure. The Dharma Supreme let out a long howl. His eyes shot out a sharp black ray, and his body emitted a white light, locking onto the hole. "Do it!" The Dharma Supreme shouted. All the supreme martial artists rose into the air at the same time. When they were 100 feet into the air, that white light pierced through their bodies. From this person to that person, the edges and corners were distinct. It was as if a huge quadrilateral had appeared in the air. The heaven-nourishing jade in everyone's hands emitted a pure white light. A strange rhythm of life was suddenly produced at this moment. The next moment, each of them took up a hole. Yi Di was the first. Xiao Sei was the second. The big clans were arranged according to the order of the tribulation, all the way to the 8th. The supreme martial artist of the law enforcement officers took up the position. Everyone's expressions were stern as they sent the heaven-nourishing jade in their hands into the hole at the same time. At this moment, the heaven-nourishing jade actually emitted a kind of life force that made one's soul tremble. Then it disappeared. However, all the supreme martial artists clearly felt their hearts soften and tremble violently. Then, each of them went up at the same time and used the position of their hearts to block the hole in front of them. At this moment, all the cultivation in their bodies poured out violently. White light surrounded the Dharma Supreme as he stood in the center. Streaks of holy white light were emitted from his body, and then streaks of white light were sent back to his body. The Dharma Supreme kept his eyes closed throughout this process. However, every strand of his hair was already standing straight, and every strand was emitting a faint black aura. The next moment, the hole in the sky gradually dimmed. The entrance of the cave seemed to be slowly shrinking back. Then, with a thunderous rumble, the two holes disappeared at the same time. All the supreme martial artists vomited blood at the same time and fell from the sky. There was a flash of colorful light in the sky, and then it disappeared without a trace. The Dharma Supreme slowly opened his eyes. There was a black light in his eyes, and an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he slowly descended. All the supreme martial artists felt it at the same time. After this incident, it seemed like something was missing. However, after careful inspection, yet nothing was missing. It was just that their internal organs were badly shaken. Thank you for your hard work. The Dharma Supreme landed gracefully on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he smiled and said, "Everyone must have been shaken up. The injuries this time are not considered light. Everyone, don't take this lightly. Quickly circulate your energy and recover. Tomorrow, there will be an important battle." As he spoke, he took out a pill and distributed it to everyone. After helping Jizun consume the medicine, Zhang Xian immediately felt a warmth in his heart, and his entire body felt much more comfortable. They only felt that it did not take long for their cultivation to recover completely. They could not help but feel puzzled, because the Dharma Supreme had said that the injury this time was not considered light. Since it wasn't light, how could it be healed so easily? The Dharma Supreme sighed. Everyone will not be able to detect it yet. However, I would like to remind everyone that the Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens earlier wasn't just about the heaven-nourishing jade or cultivation. Instead, I extracted a portion of your life origin energy. He sighed deeply and exhaled deeply. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a solemn voice. "Brothers, for heaven, for the sake of the family's 10,000 years of inheritance, this time, you may not be able to recover the life essence you have lost, or it may take you a long time to recover. Do you regret it?" They looked at each other and smiled. "I see, it's just a little bit of life essence. Everyone has lived for so long. What is a little bit of life essence? Moreover, if this action can bring about the destruction of the tribulation and allow our family clan to prosper for another 10,000 years, so what if we die?" The Dharma Supreme was touched. "Good brothers," with a wave of his hand, all the experts on guard hurried over. "Escort all the brothers back. Everyone, take care of yourselves in tomorrow's battle." The Dharma Supreme nourishing the heavens had come to an end. However, the Dharma Supreme paced back and forth at the same spot for a long time, as if he was reminiscing, as if he was feeling melancholy. His expression was deep and his brows were tightly knitted. Heavy snow fell. The Dharma Supreme's figure walked back and forth in the heavy snow. No one dared to disturb him. They knew that the Dharma Supreme was feeling gratified for the safety of the people and the world at this moment, and feeling melancholy. Therefore, everyone only quietly guarded from afar, silently guarding. In the heavy snow, the Dharma Supreme followed the traces of nourishing the heavens and actually walked for 4 hours. If one was observant, one would be able to calculate that the Dharma Supreme had walked around the circle of nourishing the heavens for a total of 100 rounds. Then the Dharma Supreme took a deep breath. His face was as white as snow. The next moment, with a puff, he spat out a long stream of black gas. At the same time, thick black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. With a cough, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out onto the snowy ground. The Dharma Supreme panted for a while and used the back of his hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "Dongfang Badeo, you are really stubborn. However, you have still been completely erased by me today." Suddenly, he laughed strangely and said, "All in all, the life essence of 81 supreme martial artists. It's about time." With a turn of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Until an hour after he disappeared, there was still black gas lingering around here, and it slowly dissipated. Until 3 days after he disappeared, that mouthful of blood was still in the snowy ground, brightly colored. The heavy snow actually couldn't cover it. Dawn. The sky was still dark. Well, strictly speaking, it was still the middle of the night. Chu Yang's divine senses moved. He only felt that there seemed to be someone moving in the courtyard. Then it disappeared. Chu Yang's lips curled into a wry smile. Buluching and Moon Breeze had already left. After all, they were experts. If they went in advance, they could at least get a feel of the terrain. They could also give the other party a feeling of, "I have nothing to fear. I'm very confident in myself." When he returned last night, Chu Yang had already told Buluching and Moon Breeze not to kill those with the word 5 on their clothes. At critical moments, they could break out in the direction of these few people. In the end, the 3 of them burst out laughing. Break out? With such a deep blood feud, were they going to give up just like that? This made Chu Yang extremely speechless. Deep blood feud. But Moon Breeze had already tolerated it for 10,000 years. Even if they couldn't find out the truth for 10,000 years, didn't they still come through? If the Dharma Supreme didn't say anything, wouldn't they be kept in the dark forever? But why did the Dharma Supreme say it? Wasn't it to kill them? The feud had been going on for 10,000 years. Couldn't it be done slowly? There was also Buluching. Even if Ning Tianya was dead and you wanted to avenge him, did it have to be today? With your cultivation, you could come and go like a ghost to kill the enemy. Couldn't you? But Chu Yang also knew that today's battle was not really about revenge. Rather, it was about venting the pent-up resentment. If this resentment couldn't be vented, no one would feel good about it. But if they wanted to vent this resentment, they might have to pay with their lives. A timid knock came from the door. Chu Yang opened the door and saw Emo Chingu hugging the blanket. She stood at the door, cowering a little. I'm scared." Chu Yang felt sorry for her and hurriedly pulled her in. "What's wrong?" "Teacher left just now and told me to take good care of myself. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. I couldn't sleep." Emo Chingu said tearfully, "So I came to look for you. But I slept very late last night. I'm so sleepy." Chu Yang stretched his neck. "Huh, can I sleep here?" Emo Chingu looked at him pitifully. "Chu Yang, I'm so scared." Chu Yang's eyes widened. "Huh, sleep here?" Looking at the little girl's somewhat curvy figure, young Master Chu swallowed and felt his throat dry up. His lower body also felt like it was going to rise up. He hurriedly clamped his legs together and laughed dryly. "Chingu, you're still young. You must know that men and women are different. This sharing a bed it's precisely because I'm still young that I'm not scared." Emo Chingu looked at Chu Yang with her round black eyes and giggled. "Brother Chu Yang wouldn't be such a beast, right? Even a little girl like me would want to harm you?" Chu Yang was stunned. This little girl, where did she learn to speak like this? On the other side, Emo Chingu had already happily hugged the blanket to the side of the bed and moved Chu Yang's blanket in. She put her fragrant blanket on the bed and then took off her coat. It turned out that she was only wearing thin pajamas inside. "It's so cold." The little girl shivered and squeezed into the blanket like a fish. She didn't forget to take out her long hair from under the blanket. She spread it to one side of the pillow and tilted her head. Chu-young, aren't you going to sleep? I'll sleep, sleep, sleep. Chu-young bent his body and clamped his legs together. With a bang, he clumsily climbed onto the bed. He only felt that he was about to catch fire. Your posture is so weird, the little girl said. Ah ha ha ha. Weird? Minister, Chu hurriedly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He only felt that his lower body was as hard as steel and was extremely high-spirited. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Little girl, aren't you tormenting me? Weird posture, isn't it all because of you? The next moment, his cheeks itched. The little girl came over and put her red lips next to his ear. She said, Brother Chu-young, this cry was actually tender and soft. Chu-yang's whole body shuddered as he heard it. He muttered, Demon! The next moment, the little girl put her head on Chu-yang's pillow. She reached out and grabbed Chu-yang's arm. She stuffed it under her head and then hugged Chu-yang's arm with both hands. She said with infinite happiness, Ah, I'm not afraid now. You're not afraid, but I'm afraid. Chu-yang's heart was somewhat powerless. Chu-young, do you think my master will win? Since she was no longer afraid, the little girl began to ask the question she was most concerned about. He will definitely win. Chu-young looked straight at the ceiling. His body was as straight as a zombie as he muttered unconsciously. Really? The little girl became excited. She raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. To be continued. Chapter 2026. Your teacher is the #1 in the world. Chu-young murmured. Yes, #1 in the world. It seemed as if these 4 words had given the little girl unlimited confidence. She immediately felt relieved and lay back down. It was unknown what she had thought of, but she giggled twice. Then she rolled over and turned over to face Chu-young. Chu-young, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking of doing you on the spot. Chu-young roared in his heart, but he said with an aggrieved expression, Nothing, nothing. But your face is so red. The little girl put her hand on Chu-yang's forehead. Your head is so hot. Is it a fever? I am feverish. My whole body is feverish. Chu-young murmured in his heart and begged for mercy. Qinggu, sleep? There may be a battle tomorrow. Mo Qinggu nodded and stretched. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she thought of something. She leaned close to Chu-yang's ear and asked in a low voice, Chu-young, do you like women with big breasts? Mo Qinggu's little mouth was right next to Chu-yang's ear. Her warm breath blew into his ear. Her breath smelled like orchids. Chu-young only felt itchy and soft. He almost lost his mind on the spot. He moaned, Little girl, don't ask such an impure question. Mo Qinggu snorted. Her eyes turned and she suddenly lifted her blanket. The next moment, she lifted Chu-yang's blanket and giggled. Before Chu-young could react, she had already burrowed into Chu-yang's blanket. Chu-yang's whole body stiffened. He felt a chill on his neck. The little girl's tender arms had already wrapped around him. She giggled and said, Chu-young, hugging you to sleep is the most comfortable. As she said, she rested her head on Chu-yang's chest. Chu-young grimaced. He quietly moved his body and clamped her head between his legs. His breathing became more and more rapid. You're disobedient. Hurry up and sleep. You want to sleep now. Mo Qinggu giggled. She pouted and kissed Chu-yang's mouth with her rosy lips. Sleep. She closed her eyes. Chu-young really felt like he was going to die. He was suffocating. He was going to explode. Your body is getting hotter and hotter, Mo Qinggu whispered. Chu-young felt a weight on his body as the little girl's thigh pressed down on him. She hugged his neck with both hands and rested her head on his shoulder. Her thigh pressed heavily on his lower abdomen as she muttered complacently. Then she breathed lightly. He was actually about to fall asleep. Chu-young felt that his whole body was on fire. He was about to be burned by the raging flames. He hastily recited the clear heart incantation. However, he was getting more and more upset. His body was sticky and sweaty. The little girl seemed to have fallen asleep. Chu Yang slowly loosened his legs. His face was twisted and he was speechless. How was he going to spend the night? What is this? Mo Ching Wu muttered with a frown. She closed her eyes and reached down to grab something. He bent it to the side. Hiss! Chu Yang sucked in a breath of air. He barely managed to turn his body sideways to avoid the sharp edge. Chu Yang himself didn't know how he had managed to get through this night. He counted with his eyes wide open. After counting for 2 hours, his mind slowly calmed down. Then he felt a wave of happiness, peace, and comfort. The person he loved was in his arms. All his regrets had been made up for. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? Chu Yang sighed blissfully. At this moment, Mo Ching Wu in his arms frowned. Her face showed a pained and sorrowful expression. Her body twisted as if she was about to wake up, but she didn't. She seemed to be dreaming. Chu Yang hugged her gently and tenderly. The person in his arms calmed down. Chu Yang was about to fall asleep in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a little wet on his chest. He looked over and saw that Mo Ching Wu's eyes were tearing up continuously, but she obviously wasn't awake yet. I'm dreaming again. Chu Yang sighed. Suddenly, he was shocked. Dreaming again? What kind of dream was she having? Could it be Mo Ching Wu's mouth opened slightly? She panted quickly and said, "Don't let me leave." Chu Yang held his breath. But after Mo Ching Wu said this, she didn't speak for a long time. She just couldn't stop crying. After a long time, Chu Yang was a little confused. He was about to close his eyes when suddenly his chest tightened. Mo Ching Wu's little hand grabbed his collar tightly. She closed her eyes and cried. Her little hand was so tight that her knuckles turned white, but she refused to let go. Only her tears flowed. Chu Yang sighed. He was about to hold her completely in his arms, when suddenly Mo Ching Wu tightened her grip even more. She grabbed his collar and said intermittently, "Chu Yang, if there's a next life, look at me one more time. I'm prettier than a sword." Chu Yang's whole body shook. He was dumbfounded. His eyes suddenly widened, but there was no light in his eyes. Only tears flowed quietly. "Ching Wu, you finally achieved this dream? I'm prettier than a sword. I'm prettier than a sword." Chu Yang's heart began to ache as if it was overturning rivers and seas. Mount Qingyun. It was said that this was the place where the stars fell. Legend had it that when the Almighty was folding the heavens, he accidentally made a big move and caused the surrounding stars to fall down neatly. After burning the air, they fell to the sky above the level heaven continent. Seeing that the newly folded level heaven continent was about to be destroyed, the Almighty was very unhappy. Hence, he waved his hand and collected all the fallen stars. He crumpled them into a ball and threw them to the level heaven continent. After this piece was thrown down, it became a mountain range made up entirely of meteorites. The entire mountain range was a single entity. It couldn't be separated at all, and it was hard. No divine weapon could separate it from Mount Qingyun, even a rock the size of a fingernail. And legend had it that this mountain had the power of the stars and was full of miracles. And the reason why the Zhuge clan chose to build a city here was because they saw the unlimited mysterious power of Mount Qingyun. And the great nebula divide array of heavenly secrets was carved on Mount Qingyun. Then it activated the secrets of heaven and attracted the power of the stars to complete this array. To a certain extent, this great nebula divide array of heavenly secrets was a product of heaven and earth. And ever since the formation of this array, the Zhuge clan had never succeeded in building a second array of the same kind. It could also be said to be the only array in the world. When Buluqing and Moon Breeze set foot on this mountain, the night was hazy and it was snowing heavily. The three of them walked up step by step from the foot of the mountain, admiring the scenery along the way. I heard that this mountain is the #1 mystical object in the heavens. Yu Lingxue smiled and said, I have been here several times. With my cultivation, I can't dig out the rocks on this side of the mountain. It is really hard. Buluqing rolled his eyes and pointed at the mountain. He said, There is only one thing that I am curious about now, in such a hard place, these trees. How did they grow here? Moonbreeze and Moonbreeze smiled bitterly together. This matter was really inexplicable. Buluqing walked to the front of a tree. He smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. Pa! This small tree that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl was cut in half. Looking closer, they could see dense growth rings at the cut. It was impossible to count them all. They were completely connected. This is an ordinary tree that has grown here for at least 10,000 years, and it is only as thick as the mouth of a bowl, but its weight is comparable to star iron. Buluqing weighed the tree in his hand and said lightly, If it is made into a stick for someone, it can really smash a martial saint to death. He pondered and said, An ordinary tree. Just because of the different environment it grew in, it can cause such a result. If it is a human, what will happen? Moonbreeze and Moonbreeze were also deep in thought. Buluqing waved his hand, and the accumulated snow on the ground was pushed away, revealing the dark stone ground. The pine tree's roots grew in a thin crack, flat and flat. Buluqing bent down and dug his finger into the crevice of the stone and pulled with all his might. The crack didn't move at all. Buluqing's finger made a cracking sound. Buluqing withdrew his hand and stood up. He said somewhat awkwardly, Did you see that? Even with my cultivation, I can't move a rock on Mount Qingyun. Uft. Cough, cough. Feng Euro laughed instantly. Yu Lingxue also couldn't help but laugh. He said, Brother Bu, what I saw was, although this mountain is hard and we can't move it, the soft tree roots can take root in it and grow into a towering tree. So, no matter how meticulous a plan is, there will still be loopholes. Buluqing perked up and said, You're right. I wanted to say this just now, but my finger hurt, and I forgot. Feng Euro finally laughed without caring about her image. The three of them laughed together. When they came, they were still a little nervous. But in this laughter, it disappeared without a trace. The three of them, one in front and two behind, walked leisurely towards the peak of the mountain. The Dharma Supreme stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, hearing the laughter coming from the foot of the mountain. A strange smile appeared on his face. How carefree! Even at this point, they can still laugh. At the side, Wu Jueqing sat on a pitch-black rock and said indifferently, They won't be able to laugh soon. The Dharma Supreme laughed and suddenly let out a long whistle. He said softly, Brother Yu, are you here? Yu Lingxue's voice came from the mountainside. Bah, Dharma Supreme, what right do you have to call me brother? The Dharma Supreme laughed and said, Brother Yu, for more than 10,000 years to be treated like this by you, it's really disappointing. Even if you insist on supporting the Tribulation Swordmaster, you don't have to be so ruthless. Yu Lingxue was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a cold voice. Buluqing, come here and accept your death. Buluqing flew into a rage and shouted, Wu Jueqing, you despicable person. Why? You still want to bully others with your ancestors' power. Let me tell you, I won't fall for it. Poor Supreme Martial Artist Jin Feng. His bloodline is going to end today. Wu Jueqing's cold voice came down. Buluqing, you can't kill anyone with just your mouth. Buluqing laughed. I can't kill anyone, but I can disgust you. I'm happy to disgust you. Ha ha ha, disgust the descendants of Qin Feng and Lu Yin. It's really satisfying. On the other side, Wu Jueqing didn't say anything. However, a substantial murderous aura gradually took form and swept over wildly, covering the skies and covering the earth. Today is Deputy Moderator Tian's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday. However, Everyone calls her Dao Dao, and there are some who call her Second Dao or Jing Dao, Fart Dao. In short, there are many deputy moderators named Dao Dao, and I won't list them all here. In short, I wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this. Brother Ao, sure, I'll be happy with you. Brother, happy birthday. Gee, I'll continue to write the 10th update. Gee, to be continued. Chapter 2027. Wu Jueqing's voice was as cold as ice. Come, let's fight. Bu Luqing snorted and said, Come down, I'll fight you. Silence reigned again. Bu Luqing may be straightforward, but he was definitely not stupid. Today's situation was obviously a trap and a plot. It was one thing for him to come for Ning Tianya's safety, but it definitely didn't mean that he would foolishly step into the enemy's well-planned trap. You want me to go? To be schemed against by you? I want you to come down. Wu Jueqing said indifferently, You don't dare to come? Bu Luqing crossed his arms and stood at the mountainside. He said arrogantly, Do I have to go just because you want me to? Who do you think you are? Why, you don't dare to come down. Wu Jueqing laughed. Don't you want to know about Ning Tianya's news? Bu Luqing laughed. If old Ning is dead, he will also be dead if I go. If old Ning is still alive, he will still be alive even if I don't go. Wu Jueqing, I only have one motive for coming here today, and that is to kill you. Wu Jueqing sneered. The two parties, one at the mountaintop and the other at the mountainside, were actually in a stalemate. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. The famous Bu Luqing, the #1 sword supremacy in the world, actually doesn't dare to come down. He doesn't dare to face the enemy's challenge. And the Moon Breeze couple who dominated the 3 heavens together actually cowered in the face of the enemy who killed their master. Haha, how funny, how funny. Yu Lingshue's expression changed. Bu Luqing stopped him with his gaze and laughed loudly. One of the famous tribulations, the descendant of 2 legendary figures in the heavens. Not only is he despicable, he actually doesn't dare to come down the mountain for a battle. Does he have no other abilities other than using the name of his ancestors to scare people? After living for tens of thousands of years, he is actually still a good-for-nothing? No wonder he was used by others for a lifetime. He almost became the mud used to mend the heavens. Of course, the most praiseworthy is still the Dharma Supreme of the generation, actually starting to speak sarcastically, using insults to provoke others. Do you have any other ideas? Bu Luqing mocked him with sarcasm. A long howl from the mountaintop. After living for tens of thousands of years, he is actually still a good-for-nothing? No wonder he had been used by others for an entire lifetime and had almost become the mud used to mend the heavens. These words had really poked at Wu Jueqing's sore spot. He couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a long howl. His white robe fluttered and his sleeves fluttered. With a loud boom, the accumulated snow on the entire mountain collapsed. At the same time, he flew up. At the same time, his thin, white-clothed silhouette shot down from the mountaintop like a bolt of lightning. Bu Luqing laughed heartily. You really don't have any self-restraint. It came down on its own. I look down on you. Even though Bu Luqing said that he was looking down on Wu Jueqing, he had already unsheathed his sword. With the roar of a dragon and a tiger, 10,000 rays of sword light wrapped around Bu Luqing's body and charged towards Wu Jueqing. With this charge, the flashing sword light was like millions of people unsheathing their swords at the same time. The entire Mount Xingyun resonated with the sound of swords. Clang! Bu Luqing was furious. Wu Jueqing, who do you think you are? To think that so many supreme martial artists would be sent out to ambush them for a decisive battle. What a disgrace to our ancestors. Wu Jueqing's face and ears turned red. That sword hummed just now. It was the sound of the supreme sword being unsheathed, and all the swords in the world paying homage to it. Wu Jueqing and the Dharma Supreme had calculated countless possibilities, but they had forgotten about this. This was definitely the will of the heavens. If the battle had already begun and was in full swing, with so many people attacking at once, even if Buluqing scolded, he wouldn't have made Wu Jueqing feel so uncomfortable. Because at that time, everyone would be fighting and facing life-threatening danger at any time. Who would have the time to think about the meaning of this? As for after the battle, the winner would be the king and the loser would be the thief. This was even less of a problem. But the problem was that before the battle had even begun and before both sides had even warmed up, the unsheathed sword of the other side had caused the swords of hundreds of people on their side to hum at the same time. This was like a hard slap on Wu Jueqing's face, extremely painful and unbearable. Yu Lingxue laughed loudly. To think that the two elders, Qin Feng and Lu Yin, were such heroes back then. Who would have thought that their descendants would actually be such characters? This is really a pity. Anger rose in Wu Jueqing's heart. His face flushed red, and he chuckled. Then let's sigh more while we still can. Suddenly, he raised his hands and waved them in the air. Instantly, the whole area within a radius of a few hundred miles was filled with colorless and odorless poisonous gas. Then, his white robe fluttered, and he pounced on Buluqing. Buluqing's sword shook, and suddenly, a mountain appeared out of thin air. A sword mountain. It came crashing down on Wu Jueqing crazily. But once Buluqing made this move, Wu Jueqing instantly knew that he had been deceived by Ning Tianya that day. Because this attack of Buluqing's was not inferior to Ning Tianya's strongest attack that day. That damned Ning Tianya! Wu Jueqing cursed angrily in his heart. If not for the fact that they had such a miraculous item like the sword intent, which greatly exceeded Ning Tianya's expectations, Ning Tianya might really beat them at their own game and use them to deal with them. The sword aura emitted by this attack of Buluqing's made Wu Jueqing feel a little apprehensive. Once an expert made a move, the truth would be known. Wu Jueqing's wrist shook in the air, and a long black whip suddenly appeared in the air. It shook against the wind and shattered the thousands of snowflakes in the air along with Buluqing's sword mountain. Sword light shot out. Buluqing swung his sword, and it was as if he had split the sky and earth apart. He laughed loudly and said, Wu Jueqing, this attack shall be called Morning Wind Slash. What do you think? Actually, this attack naturally had another name, but Buluqing said it deliberately to provoke Wu Jueqing. Arrogant. Wu Jueqing shouted coldly and lashed out with his whip. The whip's shadows formed many small circles in the air and surrounded Buluqing's sword light. The long whip coiled and intertwined with the long sword. The two of them suddenly changed from attacking from afar to close combat. With a loud bang, Buluqing struck out with his left palm and Wu Jueqing struck out with his right palm. Boom! The snow on the ground flew up violently. Buluqing's sword shook and he flew into the air. Wu Jueqing followed closely behind, his long whip coiling wildly. As expected of a poison doctor, even your attacks are poisonous. Buluqing swung his left hand. Don't put on an act in front of me with your cultivation before your protective internal energy is broken. This little poison won't be able to harm you. This little bit of poison won't be able to do anything to you. Wu Jueqing shouted coldly, his attacks becoming fiercer and fiercer. Buluqing laughed loudly. The descendant of Morning Wind is indeed as smart as a child prodigy. Wu Jueqing shut his mouth and stopped talking nonsense with him. He could tell that although this sword supremacy looked cold and ruthless the moment he opened his mouth, it was a huge fucking shit pit. Bickering with him could really infuriate one to death. Buluqing attacked the enemy relentlessly with his words, but he had his own plans in mind. As he fought, at the same time he observed the surrounding terrain to see where he could set up an ambush. He could strike at any time and kill a few people to warm up his hands. If he killed too many people, an ambush would no longer be an ambush. But when he looked around, he didn't discover anything. If it wasn't for the sword chime earlier that told him that there were too many enemies here, he might have thought that there was no one here. Where did they hide? Thoughts flashed through Bulioching's mind, but his sword didn't relax at all. He exchanged blow after blow with Wu Jueqing. In terms of internal energy cultivation, Buluqing was inferior to Wu Jueqing. There was no doubt that he was inferior by more than a level. However, at this moment, he actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. From the start of the battle until now, the two of them had been fighting in the air 100 feet high. They didn't go higher or lower. If they went higher, they would match what they said earlier. It was Buluqing who listened to Wu Jueqing and went up. But if they went lower, Wu Jueqing would be at a disadvantage. So the two of them fought at a height that was neither too high nor too low. Buluqing let out a long laugh. He flicked his sword, and a dragon-like roar sounded. He mocked. The descendant of Morning Wind is nothing more than this. The tribulation of tens of thousands of years is nothing more than this. Wu Jueqing was fuming with anger. It was because Ning Tianya had said the same thing when he intercepted him that day. And not only was every word the same, even the tone was the same. How could Wu Jueqing not be angry? This meant that these two fellows didn't care about Morning Wind at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said the same thing. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Buluqing retreating abruptly. With a roll of his body, the sword light trembled and transformed into a brilliant rainbow. The sword light was like a barrel. It was several feet thick, but its length seemed to be endless. Buluqing's whole body was hidden in the sword light. He flew over like a rainbow. Man and sword as one. Wu Jueqing snorted. His long whip danced in the air and shook. With a loud bang, a black epiphyllum suddenly appeared. Wu Jueqing shouted and pushed with both hands. This black epiphyllum welcomed Buluqing's man and sword as one. Then, the long whip shook and the black epiphyllum flew out one by one. Epiphyllum pistol. This was obviously an ultimate sword technique, but it was used by Wu Jueqing with a whip of a different nature. And its power didn't decrease, but increased instead. Buluqing sneered. Epiphyllum pistol can't stop the sword supremacy. Just like that, the epiphyllum broke under his sword one after another. Wu Jueqing raised his whip and used it as a sword. Similarly, he used the man and sword as one and rushed forward. He sneered. Sword supremacy? You're not worthy. The two of them collided with a loud bang. Wu Jueqing did a roll and somersaulted 17 to 18 times in the air, reaching a height of 400 to 500 feet. Buluqing, on the other hand, floated out at an angle. His green robes left a white mark in the wind. Wu Jueqing snorted and was about to use his sword intent. He purposely used a battle method that he wasn't good at to fight Buluqing just for this moment. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him and a murderous aura. Startled, he hurriedly dashed out. With a thud, Wu Jueqing's shoulder was hit. His white robes were torn and blood flowed out. His calf was hit and blood dripped out. He hurriedly circulated his energy to stop it, but his face was already full of anger and astonishment. Sword light flashed, and the moon breeze couple attacked at the same time, attacking Wu Jueqing with their two swords as one. Just now, it was actually the husband and wife who joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Be it Wu Jueqing, the Dharma Supreme, or even Buluqing, they were all greatly surprised by this. No one would have thought that the moon breeze couple, who had always been known for their gentlemanly demeanor, would actually launch a sneak attack. Yu Lingshua's expression was calm. Only you guys are allowed to set up despicable traps, but I'm not allowed to launch a sneak attack? What kind of logic is this? 10 chapters. If you can imagine what I look like now, I'll call you brothers. 7 packs of cigarettes and a box and a half of Red Bull in 2 days and 2 nights, but 10 chapters. Got it. Begging for votes. A very crazy begging. To be continued. Chapter 2028. Zhuge Changchang looked a little pitiful. He looked at Chu Yang expectantly. He knew that his life was now in Chu Yang's hands. And L. Shuhai Pavilion NG Web. Where is my third uncle now? Once Chu Yang heard Zhuge Changchang say to buy medicine for his daughter. He knew that this news was definitely true. If not for Chu Yang, the Zhuge clan wouldn't even pay attention to Chu Feiyan, a small fry in their eyes. In the dungeon of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Changchang hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, he's not dead." Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. "Was he tortured by you?" Zhuge Changchang hesitated for a while and said, "Brother Chu, you also know that this is unavoidable when you first enter. However, we have already instructed that no matter what, his life is not to be harmed." Chu Yang chuckled coldly. His heart ached. He knew that since Zhuge Changchang said so, Chu Feiyan must have been tortured badly. Otherwise, Zhuge Changchang wouldn't have explained so hurriedly. A thin figure seemed to appear in front of him. For his daughter's illness, he was in the prime of his life and had been running around in the wilderness for many years. Whenever he found treasures, even if he didn't need them, he would quickly keep them and exchange them for purple crystals. However, he couldn't bear to spend a single cent. He saved them to buy medicine for his daughter. As long as he heard that there was medicine, he would rush over at full speed. Day after day, year after year. For his daughter. He was tired just to give his daughter a healthy body. He carried a slim and almost impossible hope and traveled all over the world. How much did he suffer? Did anyone know? Now, for his daughter's medicine, he came all the way to Tianji City. However, because of a nephew that appeared out of nowhere, he was imprisoned by the Zhuge clan and suffered all kinds of torture? Chulu finally couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly burst into tears. Good. What a Zhuge clan. It's really a big clan in name. What a righteous method. What an upright scheme. Good. Really good. Chu Yang laughed coldly and said word by word, "I'll remember this." He shouted, "Zhuge Changchang, why aren't you sealing your cultivation and getting over here? Do you want me to do it myself?" Zhuge Changchang finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was finally saved. At this moment, how could he still be angry and care about the other party's tone? He hastily sealed his cultivation and sat on the ground with a puff. He said, "Brother Chu, I can help you save your third uncle, and L. Shahei Genji Net." Chu Yang glanced at him in disdain. He really didn't want to say anything more to such a person. With a wave of his hand, Dong Wushang sealed this guy's cultivation again. He tied him up with a rope and threw him into the room with a thud. Zhuge let out a long cry of pain. Dong Wushang's technique was indeed much cruder than the average person's. "Big brother, you have to save my father." Chulu wiped her tears. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. "He has suffered so much for me." Chu Yang felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He said heavily, "Don't worry. I will definitely save third uncle." The battle had ended, and everyone felt more relaxed. Although Chu Feiyan's matter had covered everyone's hearts with a layer of dark clouds, they had finally overcome the biggest crisis. The rarest thing was that no one was injured, and this made them even more overjoyed. Meng Chaoran stood at the door, stroking his beard and smiling. Mo Qinggu had already rushed out of the room, grumbling nonstop. "If you knew that it would be so easy, why didn't you let me out? You even gave me a mission." Only now did she know that the mission didn't need anyone to carry it out. Mo Lei, and Wu Qianqian both laughed at her words. Looking at the little girl's pouting mouth and rolling eyes, they were all overjoyed. At this moment, someone called out lightly, "You are Chu Yang?" Chu Yang turned around abruptly. He only felt a huge pressure coming towards him. The wind fox, which had just jumped from Chu Yang's shoulder to Mo Qingwu's arms, felt all its fur stand on end. It looked ahead with some fear in its eyes. Dong Wushang's hand was on the hilt of his saber. Rue Batong also grasped the short sword in his arms. Behind everyone there was a man in black. His entire body was covered in black, only revealing 2 eyes. Shuhai Gu Ng net. His eyes were old and sharp as he looked at everyone. He just stood there with his hands behind his back in the snow 100 feet away. But in everyone's senses, there was no such person at all. Everyone was shocked. This person was definitely an expert. And even if he wasn't on the level of the Moon Breeze couple, he definitely wasn't too far off. How could such a person suddenly appear now that the battle had just ended? Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Although this person had restrained his aura, Chu Yang could still feel this person's strength and hostility, as well as a kind of vague, murderous aura. This person was an enemy. Chu Yang instantly made a judgment. He took a step forward and opened his arms slightly, protecting everyone behind him. Then he took another 2 steps forward and asked warily, "Who are you?" At the same time, he summoned the sword spirit and quickly possessed him. This person was so strong that even if everyone present were to fight together, they would definitely not be his match. There was admiration in this person's eyes. He said, "Chu Yang, not bad indeed. No wonder you have the prestige and power you have today. As the leader, it's already not easy for you to be able to sense danger immediately. You being able to protect yourself in front of your brothers after sensing danger is even more admirable. A person like you indeed has the ability to make people loyal to you." Chu Yang frowned and said, "You haven't answered my question." With his hands behind his back, this person said indifferently, "Does it matter whether I answer or not?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "It does indeed matter." This mysterious person's eyes revealed a smile like spring water, but it was the spring water that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, there's no need to be so nervous. Today, I originally only wanted to see you, but after seeing you, I decided to kill you, because you're too outstanding. Keeping you alive is really too big of a threat." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "It's not as easy to kill me as you think." As he spoke, the sword spirit had already possessed him. The Calamity sword appeared in his hand with a clang. Then, Chu Yang turned into a long rainbow and flew up from the ground. He crossed hundreds of feet and shot over. This person was strong and invincible. This was the sword spirit's warning. But Chu Yang had no other choice, because he knew that as long as he hesitated, his brothers would attack, and attacking would only be courting death. He couldn't retreat. If he retreated, his brothers would risk their lives to block this person and create time for him to escape. His brothers would still die. So, if Chu Yang wanted to leave, there was only one way left: break through head-on and flee far away. Only Dong Wushang and the others were left. With this person's identity, if he said he wouldn't kill, he would definitely not kill. Besides, his main target was Chu Yang. If he chased after Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Mo Qinggu and the others would be even safer. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Chu Yang could successfully escape. The sword turned into a rainbow. The mysterious black-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration. His body floated up in the air. He slammed his palm on the Calamity sword. Chu Yang's body, controlled by the sword spirit, shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed. "Supreme martial artist cultivation? So you're 7th grade sword saint. You're still hiding your strength." He slammed his palm on the sword again. Although he didn't use much time to speak, compared to the speed of the sword spirit's sword, he still used a lot more time. But after he finished speaking, he slammed his palm again and was actually able to hit the fleeting sword again. In this situation, the extreme contradiction between fast and slow made everyone who saw it feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Chu Yang's body shook again, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He turned around and was about to pass by him, but the black-robed man retreated lightly and blocked him again. He slammed his palm again. The sword spirit was shocked again. This person had already grasped the laws of space. Right at this moment, a furious roar was heard. A sharp black light turned into a thunderbolt. Dong Wushang raised his dark saber and rushed over madly. At this moment, Dong Wushang activated all of his life's potential without regard for anything and released the most powerful saber attack of his life so far. He didn't speak, but he used his heart, his soul, his spirit, his strength, his will, his everything. It all melted into this saber attack. Good saber. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration again. At the same time, Rue Butong also rushed up like lightning and pounced on the black-robed man. Red light surrounded Mo Qingwu's red sleeves, and light saber slashed fiercely. Before her, a white shadow shot out like lightning and went straight for the black-robed man. It was the Wind Fox. The sword light was clear and bright. Wu Qianqian and Mo Lei attacked from the left and right respectively. Obviously, Wu Qianqian was much faster than Mo Lei. A sword light followed behind. Meng Chaoran rushed over on his sword. Chulu! Ai's petite body flew into the air. For the first time in her life, she took the initiative to attack the enemy. In an instant, 8 people and a spirit beast attacked at the same time. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with disdain, and he punched out. It hit the blade of Dong Wushang's black saber. With a snap, the black saber broke from the middle. Dong Wushang's sternum caved in, and he spat out blood and flew backward. At the same time, his left fist hit the Wind Fox. The Wind Fox screamed and fell from the sky. With a light flick of his fingers, a few sharp gusts of wind were released. Mo Lei groaned, and a few bloody holes appeared on her shoulders and legs. She fell from the sky. With a kick, Mo Qingwu and her saber were kicked more than 100 feet away. All of this happened at the same time. Rue Butong pounced from behind. The black-robed man sneered and kicked. It hit Rue Butong's lower abdomen. Rue Butong cried out, and his internal organs shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he hugged the black-robed man's left leg with all his might. The black-robed man's leg shook slightly and was about to throw him out. But at this moment, Rue Butong suddenly lowered his head, and his sharp teeth bit into his calf fiercely. Fourth watch. Begging for votes. Chapter 2029. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he spat out 3 more mouthfuls of boiling red blood. The world spun around him. He vaguely saw a black-clothed figure in front of him. Her clothes were as black as ink, slender, and elegant. Her features were picturesque and peerless. It was Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian stood in front of him, just like that, looking at him with resentment and reluctance. It was as if she wanted to reach out and touch his face, but couldn't. It was as if she wanted to throw herself into his arms, but was getting further and further away. Chuyang, I'm leaving. You must be happy, vaguely. Wu Qianqian seemed to be calling out to him. She seemed to be wholeheartedly blessing him with her soul power. Chuyang spat out another mouthful of blood. For a moment, his heart ached as if he was dying. His heart was bleak. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit shouted angrily, "Heaven-nourishing jade! Heaven-nourishing jade!" Chuyang was perplexed. "Dabat?" The sword spirit shouted angrily, "Use the heaven-nourishing jade quickly. If you don't use it now, when her body is no longer soft, she will really die." Heaven-nourishing jade? Chuyang suddenly realized. His mind had been too agitated that he had forgotten about the heaven-nourishing jade. He tried hard to clear his mind, but was still a little dazed. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the broken sword on the ground and stabbed it into his thigh. The bone-piercing pain jolted him awake. How do I use the heaven-nourishing jade? Put it in her mouth first to protect her life and soul, the sword spirit said anxiously. Chuyang hurriedly reached into the tribulation space and realized that his arm was still broken. He couldn't care less. He corrected his bones and took out the heaven-nourishing jade. He took out the largest piece and sent it toward Wu Qianqian's mouth. But Wu Qianqian's lips were tightly shut and she couldn't swallow it. He watched as the heaven-nourishing jade shone and slowly melted beside her lips. Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He suddenly lowered his head and held the heaven-nourishing jade in his mouth. He brought it close to Wu Qianqian's lips and blew the pure life force from the heaven-nourishing jade into Wu Qianqian's mouth through the tiny gap between her teeth. Then he was afraid that after this, he would share the spiritual energy of the heaven-nourishing jade. Wu Qianqian couldn't recover, so he took another piece and fed it to her. When he was about to take the third piece, the sword spirit hurriedly said with heartache, "Enough, enough! There's no need for so much. She'll explode." Only then did Chu Yang stop. Then he hurriedly healed his broken hand and activated the heavenly god technique. At the same time, he quickly took out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and handed it to Meng Chaoran so that he could give one to everyone who was injured. Then, Chu Yang began to wait. He waited for Wu Qianqian to wake up. The battle just now seemed to have lasted for a long time. But in truth, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was just the beginning. It was already over. There's only one enemy. But everyone on our side is seriously injured except for Meng Chaoran, who's further away. The danger of this battle was far greater than any of the great battles that Chu Yang had experienced since his debut. This was also Chu Yang. This was his first time facing a supreme martial artist. Furthermore, it was his first time facing an intermediate supreme martial artist. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Mo Lei, Er's injuries were considered light, but Dong Wushang's injuries were very serious. Although he wouldn't lose his life if he didn't have the incomplete version of the heavy pill, Dong Wushang would probably never be able to recover after today. Mo Qinggu fought with her life on the line twice and was still unconscious now. Chu Lu was patted by the black-robed man from afar and couldn't stand up at all. The winged fox limped onto Mo Qingwu's body, moaning softly. Its big black eyes were full of pain. With a thud, Rue Butong, who had been kicked into the air, finally fell back down. He fell onto the ground like a pile of mud. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were naturally not worried about this guy. Rue Butong was the least worrisome one. An immortal body. Every time he died, his strength would increase instead. Instead, it was the injured people who were more troublesome. After waiting for a while, Wu Qianqian still hadn't woken up. Although her body remained soft, there were no signs of life. Chu Yang became anxious and asked the sword spirit, "When will she wake up? How long will this heaven-nourishing jade take effect? Damn it, what are you bragging about? I thought it was even more miraculous than the heavy pill. But it's not even as good as the heavy pill." The sword spirit rolled his eyes and said, "Even if you are worried about Wu Qianqian, you don't have to belittle the heaven-nourishing jade like this. The heaven-nourishing jade has already taken effect. Wu Qianqian's primordial spirit can be considered to have been preserved and won't die for now. But how can it be easy for her to recover to her original state? How can it be done with just this heaven-nourishing jade? Do you still need something else?" Chu Yang asked, "What do you need?" The heaven-nourishing jade is already a heaven-defying item. As long as a person is dead and the body hasn't stiffened, the heaven-nourishing jade can preserve the spirit. Even if the person has been dead for 2 hours, the heaven-nourishing jade can still gather the spirit and capture it. In other words, although Wu Qianqian isn't breathing now and has no heartbeat, her spirit is still in her body. Even if you can't find a way to save her, her body won't rot even after thousands of years. As long as the conditions are coincidentally met, she can still wake up. The sword spirit said, "You just need to say what you need to wake her up. That will do." Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianqian's pale face with heartache. He said impatiently, "Why are you so naggy about the rest?" "You need the resurrection grass." The sword spirit hurriedly said a name. "Resurrection grass?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Where can I find this?" The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. "The Heaven Imperial Court." Chuyang was stunned. After a long while, he scolded like a volcano erupting. Fuck, isn't this fucking making things difficult for me? With my current cultivation level, when will I be able to go up to the heavenly imperial court? When you can go up, that's your problem. But you have to go up eventually. The sword spirit said indifferently, what I need to remind you is that if you can find the resurrection grass and use it together with the heaven-nourishing jade, then once Wu Qianqian comes back to life, she will be immortal. The sword spirit blinked and looked at Chuyang. Did you see Rue Budong's phoenix body? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the cycles of heaven. The heaven-nourishing jade can reverse life and death. Therefore, the peak power of the heaven-nourishing jade is a heaven-defying power. Why is there a heaven-defying power? It's the power of Tao. Only the power of the great Tao can be heaven-defying. And the resurrection grass, as the name suggests, can bring one's soul back to life. Together with the heaven-defying power, it is the cycle of reincarnation. It must not harm the body. Chuyang calmed down. After thinking carefully, he said with a cold smile, based on what you said, Qianqian's current state is a blessing. Instead, it's her fate. The sword spirit did not deny it. Not everyone can obtain the heaven-defying power of the heaven-nourishing jade. And the heaven-defying power of the heaven-nourishing jade is refined by the heaven-defying calamity, Sword Master. Since the beginning of time, only you and only you will be able to do it. The sword spirit said, now that things have come to this, I might as well make it clear. You didn't die in the tribulation of life and death. You were destroyed in accordance with heaven and reborn in defiance of heaven. After you, there will be no more calamity sword or calamity sword master in this world. Therefore, your heaven-nourishing jade. It's one of a kind in the world. Wu Qianqian deserved to die, but she was kept by the heaven-nourishing jade. She only needs the resurrection grass to revive. After she revives, she cannot die in this tribulation of life and death. The sword spirit said lightly, and actually from this moment onwards, then you'll have truly walked into your own destiny. My own destiny? Chuyang asked, perplexed. That's right, your own destiny. The sword spirit said solemnly, before this, you didn't know that there's always someone better than you. But Zi Xieching appeared, so you know. You and Zi Xieching have feelings for each other. You have an agreement at the Heavenly Imperial Court. But your determination is not firm. You just want to laugh proudly at the heavens with your brothers. That is already your life's work. Therefore, it's not impossible for you to give up. It's even possible that your conviction is not firm enough and you can't fulfill your promise with Zi Xieching. But at this moment, I'm telling you that if you give up, it's equivalent to giving up on your brothers. Therefore, you can only move forward. But at this moment, you only know how to protect, but you still don't know the direction you're fighting for. But at this moment, Wu Qianqian's death has shown you the right direction, which is the Heavenly Imperial Court. Only in the Heavenly Imperial Court will there be resurrection grass. The sword spirit said, when you reach the Heavenly Imperial Court, you will naturally know all the answers to these mysteries. That's the real mission of the tribulation, Sword Master. The sword spirit said word by word, Yin and Yang must cherish the beauty is not just a poem. Resurrection after death is going against the heavens. The heavens are the darkness. The earth is the darkness. This is Yin and Yang. Cherishing each other in life and death is Yin and Yang cherishing the beauty. Without experiencing life and death, do you know how to cherish her? Chuyang was silent. You only knew how to cherish Mo Qinggu when you lost her in your previous life. You only knew how to cherish Wu Qianqian after you lost her in this life. But why do you only know how to cherish something after you lose it? You also cherish your brothers now. But I dare to bet that if one of them dies now, you will cherish the others even more in the future. This is actually not good. Only regretting it when you lose it proves that you didn't do enough when you had it. The sword spirit said word by word. He stared intently at Chu Yang. Isn't it good to cherish it when you have it? Chu Yang's countenance changed, and he suddenly looked up. Only knowing how to cherish it when you lose it is the weak, the common people. Cherishing it when you have it is the wise man, the strong. The sword spirit smiled slightly. Here, it's not only referring to women, but also brothers, sisters, parents, relatives, cultivation or mission, or enemies. Also, personal integrity, perseverance. Cherish everything that can be cherished, and you will be able to obtain everything that can be obtained. Chapter 2030. Everyone fell silent. Thinking of the great battle just now, everyone still had some lingering fear. Chu Yang briefly recounted what happened. When he reached the end, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro exchanged a look, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Black-robed man? Who was that? According to Chu Yang's description, even if this person's cultivation was slightly lower than theirs, it was not by much. There was such an expert in Tianji City now. Could it be the founder of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Sangqiong? Feng Yuro pondered and said, on the surface, there seems to be only one middle-grade supreme martial artist in Tianji City now. Yu Lingxue frowned and said, this is possible, but also not very likely. Everyone knows that the reason why the Zhuge clan wears hemp clothes is because of Zhuge Sangqiong. Back then, Zhuge Sangqiong's father, as Tribulation, immediately disappeared for no reason after establishing the Zhuge clan. Later on, news spread that he was dead. However, no one knew if he was alive or dead. As a human, Zhuge Sangqiong did not go through mourning in time and had always been brooding over it. From then on, Zhuge Sangqiong only wore hemp mourning clothes for his entire life. As the clan leader, Zhuge Sangqiong still did this. Naturally, the clansmen followed suit. As time passed, the hemp mourning clothes became the symbol of the Zhuge clan. Back then, Zhuge Sangqiong once said, as long as one's life lasts, so does filial piety. For 10,000 years, he has never worn any other clothes. Yu Lingxue frowned. Logically speaking, such filial piety. If he suddenly came dressed in black to ambush Chu Yang and the others, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Feng Yuro nodded repeatedly. At the side, Mo Layer was extremely amused. She sneered and said, what the two seniors said, I feel that it is very wrong. It is understandable that Zhuge Sangqiong did this from then on. However, another possibility cannot be ruled out. That is, the whole world knows that Zhuge Sangqiong is a filial person who will always wear hemp clothes. Therefore, no matter what happens, no one will suspect him. But in this way, it is greatly convenient for Zhuge Sangqiong to do things secretly. Just like now, the two seniors have ruled out Zhuge Sangqiong as the first one. To a certain extent, this means that they have trusted him. Mo Layer said, and he is our enemy now. If you believe in the enemy, you've already brought yourself to the path of defeat. But in the current Tianji city, other than the experts left behind by the Zhuge clan to look after the house, there are almost no other supreme martial artists. Yet at this time, a mid-grade supreme martial artist has appeared. Even if it is ultimately proven that Zhuge Sangqiong is not the culprit, he is still the biggest suspect right now. How can we eliminate him so easily? The Moon Breeze couple fell silent. Everyone nodded. They had to admit that what Mo Layer said made sense. Make the best use of your time to recuperate in these few days. Yu Lingxue said, when your injuries have fully recovered, I will bring you all out of Tianji City. He rolled his eyes and said faintly, as long as the news of us being heavily injured doesn't spread out, as long as they know that we are here, no one in the entire heavenly layer would dare to cause trouble. Everyone smiled and nodded. Yu Lingxue really wasn't boasting. The Dharma Supreme was beaten until his whereabouts were unknown. Wu Jueqing was here, half dead. Bu Luqing had left. Ning Tianya was seriously injured and had gone into hiding. The 8 second grandmasters had died an unnatural death. In the entire heavens, Moon Breeze was truly invincible, of course, under the circumstances where they didn't know that they were already heavily injured. At this moment, a furious voice came from outside. "Fuck! All of you are still alive, but you didn't care about me. I was already beaten to a pulp, and you still threw me into the snow. It's fine if you threw me into the snow, but you actually threw me beside the toilet. Who did it? Who? Dong Wushang, was it you? Come out, I'll teach you a lesson." It was Rue Budong's voice. Master Rue was incredible now. He died 3 times in a day. The first time he died, he came back alive, and his cultivation jumped from 5th grade martial saint to 7th grade martial saint. The second time he died, he came back alive, and his cultivation actually became 2nd grade. And now, the third time he died and became a pulp, he came back alive and kicking. He was actually a 1st grade supreme martial artist. This kind of leveling up method was really unprecedented. The door curtain was lifted, and Master Rui walked in casually. When he saw the Moon Breeze couple, he instantly shrank and rubbed his hands. "Ah, the 2 of you are here too. Hee hee." Yu Lingxue rolled his eyes. "I heard that you are blaming us for not caring about you? Very unhappy?" Rue Batong said obsequiously, "No. Did I say that? We share life and death, fortune and misfortune, in the same boat in life and death. Why would I say something like that? Wouldn't it hurt everyone's feelings if I said it? A person who says something like that is practically a bird's egg." Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, and Mo Lei couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to say that. But from a certain point of view, this guy was really just a bird's egg. Yu Lingxue snorted and said, "Since you know that you are a bird's egg, why don't you sit obediently at the side?" Rue Batong repeatedly agreed and sat down obediently. Everyone was full of admiration. Yu Lingxue was like an experiment, using Rue Batong as an experiment. Even though he was a little tired now and his injuries couldn't be concealed, he was able to suppress Rue Batong with just his accumulated power. And this was someone he knew. If he wasn't, what would happen? After Rue Batong sat down, it was as if a scorpion was stuffed in his butt. He twisted and turned, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but be excited. All along, he had been the weakest among the brothers, and also the youngest. But now he had a complete turnaround. He was the first to reach the supreme martial artist level. Among the others, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, who were the highest, were still hovering around the 7th grade. How could Rue Batong not be complacent? At this moment, he couldn't wait to call Gu Duxing up and scold him to his face, and then really beat that guy up, call GMO and Luo Kadi up and give them a good beating to vent the depression of being bullied for a long time. Of course, he even wanted to beat up Dong Wushang and then look for Chu Yang to challenge his position as the boss, but before he could do it, he was suppressed by Yu Lingxue. He was a little unhappy. After twisting for a while, he winked and said, "Boss, I broke through again, hee hee." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Oh." Rue Batong was startled. Since he did not get the surprised reaction he expected, he did not give up and continued to show off. "Boss, do you know what level I've reached?" "Hee hee hee." 1st grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang said indifferently, "Oh, continue to work hard." Rue Batong was depressed. What kind of reaction was this? When I broke through in the past, everyone was very surprised and very happy. Why was the reaction so dull this time? His face turned ashen. Unwilling to give up, he said to Dong Wushang, "4th brother, I've broken through to the supreme martial artist level." Dong Wushang suppressed his laughter and scolded, "What's so great about breaking through? What's there to show off about being a 1st grade supreme martial artist? Just look at how immature you are. How can you achieve great things with this kind of mentality? Isn't it just a small breakthrough? Bastard! You're simply a villain intoxicated by success. Your ugly face is disgusting. Get out and get wet in the snow." Rue Batong was flabbergasted, his lips trembling. You. He turned to Chu Yang for help. "Boss, look." Chu Yang shouted angrily, "Get out!" Rue Batong was like a frosted cigar at once. He hung his head dejectedly, only feeling that the joy of breaking through several levels just now was gone. He walked out dejectedly, muttering in confusion, "What's going on? Something's not right." He had just walked out of the door when he heard deafening laughter in the room. Like a whirlwind, Rue Batong rushed in again. He said angrily, "Great, you're messing with me." Everyone was even more overjoyed. Everyone had long seen Rue Budong's smug look. His breakthrough was indeed amazing. However, they all deliberately kept a straight face and didn't reveal anything. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were even more stern as they threw this little guy out with a big hot fart. Only now did they laugh. In the room, the atmosphere after the big battle was relaxed. On the bed, Wu Jueching, who was unconscious with his eyes closed, suddenly let out a faint sigh. Looking at Chu Yang and his brothers laughing and joking, Wu Jueching couldn't help but think of his brothers back then. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of the past, his soul wandering to the heavens. "Brothers, where are you?" Wu Jueching lay quietly, listening to the other brothers laughing and joking. He only felt more and more lonely, a wave of depression and anger rising in his heart. "I will avenge all of you." "Definitely. Dharma Supreme, you despicable villain, we were both once tribulations and had the same experience. How dare you plot against me too? I won't let you off." Regarding this, Wu Jueching still couldn't understand even now. The Dharma Supreme had the same goal as him. Keeping him alive was much more helpful than killing him. Why did he plot against him? What good would it do the Dharma Supreme if he died completely in that great array? Other than losing a powerful helper, there really wasn't any benefit at all. As for why, he was afraid that he would compete with him, but it had been so many years. If he wanted to compete, the Dharma Supreme wouldn't be able to win against him no matter what. They hadn't competed for so many years. What was he worried about? Wu Jueching was extremely puzzled. With a moan, Emo Chingu woke up. She called out, "Chu Yang! Chu Yang!" The moment she opened her eyes and saw everyone, she was overjoyed. "You're all right? That's great." When the little girl heard what happened just now, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She stayed by Wu Qianchan's side, refusing to leave no matter what. "I want to take care of Sister Qianchan and thank her personally. As long as she doesn't wake up, I'll take care of her." Emo Chingu wiped her tears and said, "She saved my big brother Chuyang. I'm so grateful to her. Sister Qianchan, quickly wake up. When you wake up, I'll give you half of Chuyang." This sentence made Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxua laugh. Half of a person could be given away. I have a lot of things to say to all of you. Wait for me to finish updating and post a single chapter. Begging for votes. To be continued. Chapter 2031. In the next few days, everyone was recuperating. Chu Yang also tried his best to treat everyone's injuries. Everyone's injuries were very serious, especially the Moon Breeze couple. Their injuries were even more serious. Chu Yang tried his best, but could only alleviate their injuries slightly. He couldn't help them recover. Dong Wushang, Emo Lei, and Emo Qingwu's injuries were considered more serious. For something like serious injuries, for example, being injured by a sovereign and being injured by a supreme martial artist were two completely different concepts. Although they were of the same strength, the injuries of a supreme martial artist would naturally carry the divine consciousness of a supreme martial artist. That was a more subtle form of destruction. Especially for the spirit and meridians, the damage was even more serious and not easy to recover. And this time, it was a low-grade supreme martial artist who did it. The damage was even greater. Therefore, the recovery of everyone's injuries this time was especially slow. The one with the most serious injuries was, of course, Wu Jueching. Wu Jueching's injuries had already reached the point where even the sword spirit was somewhat helpless. Chu Yang had once thought of using the heaven-nourishing jade, but was stopped by the sword spirit. The heaven-nourishing jade could only be used to its fullest potential after a person died. Heaven-nourishing. As the name implied, The heaven that needed to be nourished must have already collapsed. If the heaven didn't collapse, why did it need to be nourished? And Wu Jueqing was obviously still breathing now. If he really waited until he was no longer breathing before using the heaven-nourishing jade, Wu Jueqing would also fall into a long, deep sleep like Wu Qianshan. He would only wake up when he reached the resurrection grass. The only thing Chu Yang could do now was to use medicine to temporarily stabilize Wu Jueqing's injuries. As for the rest, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly recover. Only then could he talk about other things. Because he definitely couldn't use heavy pills on Wu Jueqing. Once he did, it would be equivalent to exposing his identity immediately. There were really too many variables. Chu Yang couldn't afford such variables at all now. In these few days, Tianji City was in a state of grief. After the Battle of Mount Qingyun, the people of the Zhuge clan waited for a long time and did not see anyone return. Thus, they sent people to Mount Qingyun to check. What they saw scared the hell out of the few people who went to check it out. Mount Qingyun was full of corpses. People of the big clans all died here. When the news came back, the Zhuge clan was shocked. Quite a number of people were dispatched. Xiao Chen went to Mount Qingyun to retrieve the corpse. Then he quickly reported the news to the other great clans. The entire Heavenly Layer continent was filled with worry and misery. Every family in the great clans was in mourning, including the Li clan. Li Xiangxi of the Li clan led his men all the way back to the north and encountered countless interceptions along the way. In the end, only Li Xiangxi was able to successfully return to the Li clan. There were only 5 people left. The Li clan flew into a rage and swore to take revenge. Diwu clan. Diwu Qing rose, small courtyard. The people we sent were also wiped out. No survivors. Diwu Qing Ro's expression revealed shock. This matter was no small matter. The Diwu clan did not have a strong foundation at the moment. They had been seconded 5 supreme martial artists at once. This drained half of the power of the Diwu family. How could Diwu Qingru not be shocked by the fact that the entire army was at Mount Qingyun? Another heartache. Yes. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to have deepened. Amazing. Diwu Qingru sighed. I didn't expect them to have such formidable strength. But Sir had clearly agreed. He wanted to help that Chu Yang and also told him about the clothes of our men. They even killed all of our men. They are really ungrateful, the old man said angrily. Diwu Qingru was silent for a while and said, there was actually no Wu on the clothes of those people. The old man was instantly dumbfounded. Their Wu character is inside their outer robes, but above their inner robes. Diwu Qingru's following words made the old man even more shocked. Then why this? The old man was a little incoherent. Diwu Qingru's expression was complicated. You thought that I was really helping Chu Yang. In fact, what I really helped him with was those few pieces of information. And Chu Yang also understood. Diwu Qingru said lightly. Chu Yang thanked me for those few pieces of information, but appeared very indifferent towards the most important one. Diwu Qingru said slowly he also had hope but didn't fully believe it. May I know the reason why Sir did this? The old man asked. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly. Because our Diwu clan can't afford to lose. In fact, in this battle, we were actually trying to gain advantages from both sides. If the big clans win, then they don't need to expose their identities. If the big clans lose, they only need to tear their clothes and reveal the Wu. Then they can save their lives. If they are evenly matched, then they can also tear their clothes and reveal the Wu to guide them to escape. Then it will be helpful. For this battle, I had 3 plans. No matter what, I had to protect the supreme martial artists of our clan. Diwu Qingru let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that after all my scheming, I still couldn't save them. The old man beside him was completely stunned. If so, wouldn't Chu Yang have been deceived for nothing? This was too sinister, wasn't it? Besides, after Chu Yang left, you told me that kind of argument. Wouldn't you have deceived me too? Diwu Qingro saw through his thoughts and said slowly, I didn't deceive you, but it was snowing heavily at that time. I was afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't go far and would come back to eavesdrop. Indeed, then it would really be bad. The old man suddenly felt relieved. Besides, on Chu Yang's side, you can't guess Chu Yang's thoughts. Even if he is skeptical, he will still make arrangements. Diwu Qingro chuckled. If not, he wouldn't be Chu Yang. It's just that I didn't expect things to be so bad. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. Let's take the bodies back to the clan and bury them grandly. In the future, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, there is no clear falling out with Chu Yang's side. He sighed softly. Let's see what Chu Yang does in a few days' time. Diwu Qingro was right. As for the experts prepared by the Diwu clan, Chu Yang was a little skeptical at first. Later, when he was 70 to 80% convinced, he suddenly thought, on the surface, I am weak. Diwu Qingro's move has greatly exposed the suspicion of the Diwu clan. It is so obvious that the other clans can't see it. Once they see it, my side will break out of the encirclement and be safe, but the Diwu clan will definitely be destroyed. Diwu Qingro wouldn't be so noble as to sacrifice himself for others, let alone his entire clan. Chu Yang definitely wouldn't believe it. Therefore, after he briefed Bu Luqing and Moon Breeze, when Zi Xueqing left, he didn't mention this at all. The key to success or failure of this matter was still Zi Xueqing. Zi Xueqing was the main force. Chu Yang was even thinking, if this isn't the case, then it must be Diwu Qingro's scheme. If Zi Xueqing killed those few supreme martial artists, it's not a bad thing. That night, after Chu Yang checked on everyone's injuries, he returned to the room. These few days are indeed very peaceful. Chu Yang immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space and accepted the cleansing of his soul by the primordial violet vapor. With Moon Breeze here, the Zhuge clan can only try their best to avoid conflict with us. They definitely won't take the initiative to look for trouble. The sword spirit laughed. You must be very anxious these few days? Chu Yang squinted. Indeed, I have to suppress my aura every day. I didn't restrain it at all. Otherwise, Wu Jueqing wouldn't have discovered it. But the sword intent in his body can definitely discover me. The sword spirit forced a smile and said, as soon as he discovered me, he immediately changed his mind. Once it discovers me, then the sword intent will become agitated. Once it becomes agitated, Wu Jueqing will know. If it becomes too agitated, Wu Jueqing might even die of agitation. This matter is a little too aggrieved. It's clearly something that belongs to me. Not only do I have to control my desire now, but it's still a long way to go to get it back. If Wu Jueqing really fully recovers one day, then it'll be even more troublesome. Chu Yang sighed. After thinking for a long time, he said, I do have an idea. What idea? The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. He already couldn't wait to withdraw the sword intent. Can you make the sword intent agitated without exposing yourself? Chu Yang asked. This, the sword spirit said awkwardly, it's very difficult. Very difficult means it's possible. Chu Yang interrupted. Then there's a way. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. Very difficult means it's possible. What kind of argument is this? In the next few days, Chu Yang began to treat Wu Jueqing gradually, but he was very careful. His injuries would get better one day, but worsen the next day every time. Chu Yang himself was very surprised. What's going on? Not only was Chu Yang surprised, Wu Jueqing was also surprised, because when he tried to mobilize some energy and started to recover, he would find that it disappeared without a trace after a nap. What was going on? Wu Jueqing was a divine doctor himself. He naturally knew that Chu Yang was doing his best to treat him. Every step was very precise, and some were even ingenious that he had never thought of. As an expert, he had only gratitude towards Chu Yang. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Then the problem lay with his body? But what problem could there be with his body? Wu Jueqing tried his best to check his body, but he couldn't find anything. Another day later, Wu Jueqing found that his condition had worsened. And now he finally found the source of the problem, the sword intent. The sword intent was rapidly absorbing his energy. Every time he mobilized a little, it would absorb a little. In his current state, there was no way he could resist its absorption at all. If he was in his perfect state, he would be able to recover this bit of loss with a breath. He wouldn't take it to heart or notice it at all. But at a time like this, it was completely life-threatening. I'm still struggling at death's door. How am I going to recover if you absorb my energy to recover like this? At this moment, this Lord Wu's heart was completely cold. 5th update. I'm writing Chapter 1 right now. Requesting monthly votes. Give me some motivation to explode. Give me monthly votes. G. To be continued. Chapter 2032. After another 3 days, Wu Jueqing was at his wit's end. But the sword intent became active. It absorbed faster and faster, and started to absorb Wu Jueqing's potential. Wu Jueqing was so weak now that he couldn't even move his little finger. He had no ability to stop it at all. Besides absorbing his potential, the sword intent also started to move restlessly in his dantian. It seemed to have sensed that the current strength of the person who trapped it was no longer enough to suppress it. Therefore, the sword intent wanted to leave. That kind of feeling. The sword intent moved more and more vigorously. Finally, it was discovered by Chu Yang. This day, after applying the medicine, Chu Yang sat on the small stool beside Wu Jueqing's bed and looked at him seriously. Lord Wu, I think there's something I have to make clear to you. Wu Jueqing's eyes moved with difficulty. I know what you want to say. Go ahead. These few days, I was finally able to find out. It's not that Lord Wu didn't cooperate, nor was it that I used the wrong medicine. It's that there's still a huge hidden danger in the 5 great ginseng bodies. Chu Yang said seriously. Wu Jueqing completely agreed with Chu Yang's words. He encouraged Chu Yang with his gaze, asking him to continue. Moreover, this unknown force is devouring Lord Wu's spiritual energy. Only when it's satisfied can the remaining spiritual energy be used to heal Lord Wu's injuries. Chu Yang said seriously, but with Lord Wu's current condition, you can't satisfy the needs of this force at all. Therefore, you can't help yourself at all. My medicine, after passing through your meridians and turning into spiritual energy, was also devoured by this force. In fact, in these few days, Lord Wu hasn't received any treatment at all. Your injuries are continuing to worsen. Yes, Wu Jueqing sighed deeply. So, I've been thinking for the past few days whether or not we should release this power first. Or perhaps we should give it up for the time being and let our bodies recover first. At that time, we can start cultivating again or find some other method. I believe that since Lord Wu knows about this mysterious power, you should have a way. Chu Yang said with all his heart. That's right, Wu Jueqing agreed. If this force doesn't come out, my body won't be able to recover. How can I make this power come out? Chu Yang said, I really don't have any experience in this matter. Please enlighten me, Lord Wu. He added, Lord Wu, forgive me for saying this, but right now, your life is the most important thing. No matter if it's revenge or anything else, without your life, there's nothing to talk about. Wu Jueqing heaved a long sigh. Release this power. Wu Jueqing really couldn't bear to do it. This was a sword aura, an indestructible weapon with the power to instantly kill a supreme being. It was the greatest trump card of the Calamity, Sword Master. Without it, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, Chu Yang was right. If you lost your life, even if you had the complete Calamity Sword, you would still be a corpse if you lost your life, not to mention the sword intent. It was useless. Wu Jueqing said helplessly, but with my current strength, even if I want to expel it, I'm powerless. Currently, this energy is very restless. It seems like it wants to break out of my body on its own. I can only wait for him to come out on his own. How should we preserve this power after we come out? Chu Yang asked in a considerate manner. There's no way to preserve it. Wu Jueqing sighed. After it comes out, it can only go wherever it wants to go. Chu Yang made a sound of surprise and said, What a pity such a strong power! Wu Jueqing sighed deeply. Pity? If you knew what kind of power this was, you would feel that it was even more of a pity. After another 2 days, the injuries of Dong Wushang and the rest were basically healed. Mo Qingguo had also mostly recovered. Apart from Wu Jueqing and Wu Qianqian, everyone else had basically recovered. Of course, the Moon Breeze couple's injuries could only be said to have shown signs of improvement, but the distance to a full recovery, that was really as far as the distance between heaven and earth. The sword aura in Wu Jueqing's body became more and more restless, causing his injuries to worsen. His dantian was already faintly bulging and somewhat transparent. A silver snake-like thing was scurrying back and forth inside. Every day, Wu Jueqing's life was indescribably miserable, living a life worse than death. Finally, on this day, when Chu Yang came, Wu Jueqing suggested a solution. Use a saber and cut open my dantian. Get that thing out quickly. Enough! Master Wu had really had enough. No matter who it was, having to go through all the punishments in the 18 levels of hell every day, going back and forth more than a dozen times. It would be enough. Now, to Wu Jueqing, even if there was an entire tribulation sword in his dantian, he would give it up without hesitation. This was going to kill him. All right. Chu Yang immediately went out and prepared all the medicine. After fiddling with it for a long while, he came back in. Master Wu, you have to bear with it, Chu Yang said slowly. At this time, the sword aura was becoming more and more restless. Wu Jueqing was already in so much pain that he wanted to die. He said angrily, Hurry! His voice was already trembling. Chu Yang no longer hesitated. With a swoosh, he cut open Wu Jueqing's dantian. Then, a gust of silver-colored gas rushed out of Wu Jueqing's body like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It soared into the sky, and with a clang, it pierced through a huge hole in the roof. Then, it turned into a streak of silver-colored lightning that was several miles long in the sky and disappeared without a trace. From the beginning to the end, it didn't stop and didn't turn back. There wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance. Wu Jueqing let out a long sigh. His eyes were full of reluctance. His body relaxed in an instant. However, the sword aura was gone after all. Chu Yang immediately got busy. He stopped the bleeding, then aligned the broken flesh, applied some medicine, cleaned the wound, and used his divine technique to help Wu Jueqing unblock the broken meridians this time. It took more than 2 hours. She had barely managed to complete the treatment of Wu Jueqing's new wounds. At the moment when Wu Jueqing took the medicine, Wu Jueqing instantly felt a sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. A surge of energy slowly spread out from the medicine, entered his already completely dried up meridians, entered his dantian, and then worked hard to heal his injuries. His life was saved after all. Moreover, with Chu Yang, a divine doctor who wasn't inferior to him in the slightest, here, although it would take a long time, his cultivation was also preserved. Wu Jueqing sighed in his heart. This was already very good. What more could he ask for? Outside the orchard palace, in the sky, a black shadow floated quietly. It emitted strange and silent waves. When the silver sword light saw this black shadow, it suddenly let out an excited sword chime. Then, like a moth to a flame, it flew toward the black shadow. As it flew closer and closer, the silver light also became smaller and smaller. It circled around the black fog and rubbed against it, as if it was reuniting after a long time and entering the arms of its parents. In the end, it silently melted into the black fog. The black fog silently dispersed in the sky, disappearing without a trace. All of this happened without a sound or sound. After Chu Yang finished treating Wu Jueqing, Wu Jueqing let out a tired and sad sigh. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Yang quietly withdrew from the room. When he returned to his room, the black shadow couldn't wait to enter the tribulation space. Chu Yang hurriedly immersed his consciousness in. He saw the sword spirit asking excitedly, "Did you succeed?" The sword spirit nodded excitedly. "Ha ha ha. The sword intent has returned." Luckily, Wu Jueqing nourished it for so long. Now, its sharpness has basically been restrained. After merging into the tribulation sword, whether it's the tip, the edge, or the blade, its power will double. Chu Yang said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that I can also kill supreme martial artists in an instant in the future?" The sword spirit immediately rolled his eyes. "Big brother, don't make such a joke. With your current strength, it's already very good that you can activate the primary form of the sword intent. Do you think that you can kill supreme martial artists in an instant in Wu Jueqing's hands?" Chu Yang said angrily, "Wu Jueqing is not the tribulation sword master. He can use it, but I, the real one, can't." The sword spirit said, "That's not the case. If you want to unleash the true power of the sword intent, you can even split the heavens in half. But the prerequisite is that you need to have the cultivation to unleash the greatest power. Everyone knows that you can unify the heavens with the tribulation sword, but have you? Wu Jueqing is already a supreme martial artist, aren't you?" Chu Yang said angrily, "I'm just saying. I just said one sentence, and you have 10 sentences waiting for me. You're just like a woman." The sword spirit was furious, but he kept silent. Chu Yang checked his dantian and saw that on the tribulation sword, a white light was swimming from the sword tip to the sword edge, then to the sword edge, and then to the sword guard. It was having a lot of fun. However, the sword edge, sword tip, and sword guard seemed to be very dissatisfied with this white light. Occasionally, the sword edge would flick it away, and the sword edge would throw it away. The sword edge would directly cut it into several pieces, and the sword guard would silently resist it. Chu Yang was very curious. This oblique sword intent didn't seem to be very popular. They blame it for having another aura on it, and are very dissatisfied, the sword spirit explained. It's like a husband who caught his wife cheating on him and wants to wash it. What they're doing now is to wash away Wu Jueqing's aura. A husband who caught his wife cheating on him and wants to wash it? Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He couldn't take this kind of fierceness anymore. He stopped talking to this guy and focused on the sword intent. As it collided and swam continuously, the white light on its body also gradually became clear. Slowly, it changed from a kind of flickering brilliance to a constant and gentle white light. Then it attached itself to the sword tip. The sword tip trembled and didn't reject it anymore. Then the sword edge, and sword guard also didn't reject it. Then the entire tribulation sword emitted a blurry light. A kind of gentle light slowly merged into the tribulation sword and disappeared. A feeling arose in Chu Yang's heart. If the tribulation sword was a human body, then the sword intent was the meridians. Now, the meridians were back in place. He could clearly feel that the power of the tribulation sword had increased by at least a few times. Chapter 2033. The elder in black looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I am the gold medal law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Interrogation Hall, Tianyed." Gold medal law enforcement officer. The white-robed elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, so awesome. Looking at your posture and tone, I thought the Dharma Supreme was here, speaking in such a 60s tone." Then he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Tianyid, do you know who I am?" Tianyid said angrily, "I don't care who you are. Let go of him first." He had always been in charge of the interrogation hall and was always the one who made others angry. When had anyone ever bullied him? Now he couldn't hold it in any more. The white-robed elder's face turned serious, and he said coldly, "I am Ning Haijiao." He took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, "Have you heard of me before?" "Ning Haijiao? Never heard of you." Tianyid snorted and said disdainfully. The white-robed elder, Ning Haijiao, had a desolate look in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he sighed. "In this world, the people of the martial world are so forgetful. They even forgot about me. It's really terrifying. Nameless person, you are courting death." Tianyid's face was already black, and he was about to attack. Ning Haijiao said with emotion, "Back then we were born from the same mother and roamed the martial world side by side. The world's edge saber and world's edge sword shocked the world. How glorious that was! But because of a moment of carelessness, we were plotted against and retreated from the martial world. Only a few years have passed, and no one knows about me anymore. Sigh, the sorrow of life is really lamentable." Tianyid strode over and said with a sinister smile, "The ends of the world? I will send you to the ends of the world right now." Wait! Behind him, another black-robed elder shouted to stop him. Tianyid said discontentedly, "Sun Jun, what's wrong with you? Why are you shouting at me?" Sun Jun ignored him and looked at the white-robed elder with uncertainty. "Your surname is Ning?" The white-robed elder rolled his eyes and said, "If my surname is not Ning, then should I follow your surname?" These words were really impolite to the extreme. Sun Jian, however, broke out in a cold sweat. "May I ask what is your relationship with Ning Tianya, Supreme Martial Artist Ning?" As soon as the 3 words Ning Tianya came out, Tianyid felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he was flabbergasted. He took 3 steps back. He looked at the white-robed old man in front of him in disbelief. "Sigh, I didn't want to use my big brother's name to scare people." The white-robed old man Ning Haijiao sighed. "Since you have recognized me, I might as well say it clearly. I am Ning Haijiao, Ning Tianya's younger brother." Everyone was shocked and vomited at the same time. "Aren't you fucking using your big brother's name to scare people? Look at how you're composing poems the moment you open your mouth, and how you're talking about the ends of the earth when you close your mouth. You're simply afraid that the world doesn't know about it. I really don't know how you're going to use your big brother's name to scare people. How preposterous! Sir, you say that you are Supremacy Ning's younger brother. Do you have any proof?" Sun Jian's voice was filled with respect. Ning Haijiao raised his hand and threw out a jade pendant. He said, "Proof. I didn't want to show it to you at first. However, I've retreated from the martial world for a long time and haven't meddled in the affairs of the world. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm a swindler, I have no choice but to lower my status." Sun Jian caught the jade pendant and saw that there was a Ning character in the middle of the jade pendant. At this time, the experts in the hall had already walked out one by one. They surrounded the hall and watched this scene in whispers. Ning Tianya's younger brother. With such a high status, he had actually come to Yi Province, to this law enforcement branch. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Who dared to slight him? Everyone was very curious. Looking at this ordinary jade pendant in his palm, Sun Jian was somewhat baffled. Damn it, this jade pendant is made of inferior white crystal. Only a Ning character engraved on it can prove that you're Ning Tianya's younger brother? If that's the case, I can casually make 8,000 to 10,000 pieces of it. Why? Ning Haijiao rolled his eyes. Can't see the mystery? To think that you're supreme martial artists. You're practically 2 pig heads. If you don't use your internal energy to activate the jade pendant, how can you show the pressure of a supreme martial artist? Do you actually need me to teach you this kind of logic? Sigh, how did this world become like this? Don't you know how to respect your elders? All of you are still pretending to be human, but all of you are idiots, and your brains are full of shit." Sun Jian was infuriated by his scolding. He was almost about to fly into a rage, but in the end he suppressed it. The white crystal contained a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness. With the simple material of the white crystal, it could actually contain a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Only those powerful people could store a supreme martial artist's divine consciousness in a piece of white crystal. An ordinary supreme martial artist would probably explode the moment he inserted it. Therefore, when they heard that there was supreme martial artist Ning's divine consciousness in it, everyone was somewhat convinced. "All of you take a look. Come closer and see the secret behind it. I'm not bluffing you." Ning Haijiao hugged his arms and looked up at the sky, shouting without looking away. Indeed, everyone wanted to see how this white crystal contained the supreme martial artist's divine sense, because this represented a supreme level of control. This was a genuine high-level supreme martial artist's technique. Once they were touched and comprehended a little, they would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one was in the mood to care about this old fellow's bossy attitude, and they all gathered over. Even Neo Dafa, who had been slapped violently just now, also didn't care about his old face and went over to watch with his eyes wide open. As for the slap, just now, Hall Chief Neo had already forgotten about it. In fact, he even felt honored. In this world, who had ever been slapped by Ning Tianya's younger brother? No one, right? Old people did, although it was a slap, but what a great honor this was. To think that I, Neo Dafa, would one day be related to supreme martial artist Ning's Ning clan. I, Neo Dafa, am really awesome under everyone's watchful eyes. Sun Jian carefully placed the jade pendant in his palm and then activated his elemental energy. This jade pendant slowly emitted a sparkling and translucent white light, forming a halo of light. Everyone gasped in admiration. It was indeed a supreme martial artist's technique. At this level, the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness was actually still not activated. Everyone became even more curious as they stared and opened their mouths wide. Even if they were forced to kneel on the ground by the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness that suddenly appeared, that would also be a rare experience. Sun Jian's expression also became even more solemn as he slowly increased the output of his elemental energy. The next moment, bang! Without any warning, not only did the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness not appear on this ordinary white crystal jade pendant, it suddenly exploded violently. "Ah!" everyone exclaimed in unison and was instantly dumbstruck. Pooh! A colorless and odorless gas was suddenly emitted from the white crystal land. Everyone exclaimed and naturally had to open their mouths. They had already held their breaths for a long time just now. When they opened their mouths, they naturally had to breathe. This breath, almost everyone had a share. Most of this colorless and odorless gas was not wasted. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of it firmly. This colorless and odorless gas was really incredible. This was an innate poison that Miss Chulu had spent a lot of effort to come up with and give to her brother for self-defense. The amount of poison was huge and the toxicity was fierce. Even if it was someone like Ning Tianya, if he suddenly inhaled it, he would only feel dizzy. Other than immediately running away and finding a place to expel the poison, he would definitely not have any other thoughts. Not to mention these people now. What is this? Sun Jian was caught off guard and inhaled the most. There were already some double images in his eyes, and he felt so dizzy that the world was spinning. He scolded with difficulty. "What the hell are you doing?" But he only heard that Ning Haijiao laughing and saying, "That's true, that's true. Fuck, this medicine is really useful." Then there were a few thuds. Lord Ning Haijiao kicked each of these experts who had already been poisoned and were swaying. He scolded, "How dare you doubt my identity? Fuck, I'm an extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong with pretending to be Ning Tianya's younger brother?" Sun Jian and Tian yet hadn't fainted yet. When they heard that, they only complained, "This time we've really been cheated." It's actually the extraterrestrial demon Chuyang, and the rest, they hated themselves immensely. How could they be so careless? At the entrance, 2 figures flew in. With a palm each, 2 guards who hadn't recovered from their shock were sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Then Sun Jun heard one of them ask, "Batong, it's done." This Ning Haijiao's voice was very smug. "Once I make a move, how can it not be done? I'm Ning Tianya's younger brother. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting don't have outstanding achievements. Once they make a move, everything will be settled imperceptibly. Don't talk nonsense." Another steady and heavy voice said, "Which one is more important than your identity? Quickly knock them out and take them away." Sun Jian and Tian Yud's consciousness stopped at this point. They had completely fainted. Before they fainted, they were still thinking, "It's over. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Could it be the extraterrestrial demon's unique poison?" The 3 of them picked up Tian Yud, Sun Jian, and Yodafa as if they were flying and left in a flash. The last person walking was burly. When he reached the entrance, he stopped and pulled out a big saber. With a fierce sweep of the saber, he immediately returned the saber to its sheath and left as fast as he could. The saber light was like a waterfall. Once the saber was out, it immediately split into 7 or 8 saber auras. Like a gust of wind, it cut everyone in the courtyard who had already been poisoned into 2. Blood was dripping. With a flash, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. By the time the experts from the law enforcement hall in the backyard rushed over, the scene had already completely ended. There were only corpses strewn all over the courtyard. Not a single living person could be seen. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of powerful enemy could actually kill so many experts in one fell swoop? At the inn where Chuyang and the other 2 were staying, Chuyang pulled off the cloth covering his head and said lightly, "Start the interrogation immediately. No matter what means you use, you must pry open the mouths of these 3 people for me. Those who couldn't make head or tail of the previous chapter can now understand. I'll continue to work hard." Chapter 2034. Chuyang clearly felt that the material of the stone started to become finer. Moreover, there was a sense of flexibility. The cross-section was also as fine as mud that had rotted for hundreds of years. Moreover, the wind blowing from such a stone was actually getting stronger and stronger. The sound of thunder was faintly heard, and it was extremely dull. One sound after another, as if it was a dull and real blow to the heart. Even the sword spirit was aghast at the sight of such power, because, in the past, the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword had never experienced such a situation. But the sword spirit was already used to it. Ever since he followed this sword master, which thing had ever happened before? From the first fragment of the Tribulation Sword to now, every step this sword master took brought him a new feeling and a new experience. Chuyang was still working hard. The stone pillar had already begun to sway greatly. It suddenly tilted towards one side, then it swayed back and fell towards the other side again. It seemed to want to throw the person standing on its head down at all costs. But no matter how it fell, Chuyang stood on it as if it had grown roots. The sword light in his hand flickered, undulating continuously. After another 500 feet, the material of the stone became finer and finer. In the end, it was as if it had completely become one. Not even the slightest trace of sand or other forms of fusion could be found. The wind blew faster, and the thunder became deeper. Chuyang turned a deaf ear to it. He allowed his black clothes to flutter in the wind. He just buried his head and worked hard. Finally, the Tribulation Sword let out a cheerful sword cry. A cold light emitted from its body, and then it turned warm. A sense of calmness suddenly rose from Chuyang's heart. He kicked away the big stone under his feet and saw a sparkling light suddenly appear. It was very short and thin. Compared to the sword body, it was one size smaller, but it was sparkling. It had a calm and ancient aura. It came straight towards him. When the other fragments of the Tribulation sword were discovered, they were very excited. They seemed to want to jump up and celebrate. But this sword tongue clearly saw its old brother that it had not seen for 10,000 years. It was actually lying there motionless. The light on its body flashed, showing its excitement. However, it did not move at all. It was very reserved, or rather, very steady. Seeing this ancient sword tongue, Chu Yang suddenly thought of Dong Wushang's temperament for some inexplicable reason. The kind of calm and heroic aura also reminded him of Mo Tianji's temperament. That kind of strategizing, Ao Shiyun's manner, that kind of silent savagery, calamity sword tongue. He finally appeared. The tongue of the sword was the part of the sword that was wrapped by the hilt. It pierced through the hilt and was not exposed to the outside. It could not be used to attack, but it was the foundation of the sword. A sword. If there was no sword tongue, it would break soon. If the sword's tongue, hilt, and body were all one, it would be hard and straight, but not flexible enough. Therefore, there was no doubt that the sword tongue was the foundation of the sword. Chu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He bent down and gently picked up the sword sheath with one hand. He vaguely felt as if a thought was greeting him. Greetings, sword master. But when Chu Yang listened carefully, he realized that this was just his own misconception. The Tribulation sword in his hand automatically disintegrated. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard flew in circles around the sword tongue. The sword tongue floated silently in the air, the light on its body brightening. The sword intent immediately wrapped around the sword tongue. Then the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, and sword guard seemed to have received an order. They all pounced over. The sword tongue flashed and floated up quietly. It stood still in the air and issued a summon. The sword guard whooshed over. It leaned over. With a clang, the sword guard and the sword tongue merged into one. Then the sword edge, and sword tip all went back to their original positions. A Tribulation sword suddenly took shape. Half of the Tribulation sword shadow in Chu Yang's dantian had already materialized. The 5 fragments of the Tribulation sword floated in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang gently stretched out his hand and held the sword tongue. He immediately felt a sense of connection. Suddenly, he felt as if the Tribulation sword had become a part of his body and could no longer be separated. It was as if they were in perfect harmony. Both sides were adapting. Chu Yang tried to circulate the heaven-splitting divine technique and injected it into the Tribulation sword. He clearly felt the sword tongue tremble. Then, the Tribulation sword let out an extremely joyful sword cry. For sentences suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's heart. The hidden light of the hidden edge is not over at night. Strategizing for days and months. I would rather hide for my entire life. But I am a murderous maniac. Then, a figure inexplicably appeared in Chu Yang's mind. It was holding a long sword and dancing slowly. It was the 5th fragment of the Tribulation sword, the 4 sword techniques belonging to the sword tongue. Chu Yang focused on memorizing. At this moment, he was completely focused. The sword spirit was also watching Chu Yang attentively, paying attention to Chu Yang's mental state. Slowly, Chu Yang also gradually understood the purpose and functions of these 4 techniques. He couldn't help but praise them in his heart. The sword tongue had always been known as the foundation of the sword. It was indeed not without reason. To Chu Yang's understanding, the sword tongue was like a big hand hidden in the dark. It never appeared. But this hand held the world's top killing power, the sharpest sword. Compared to the killing sword, the scariest part should be this hand. The first technique, the hidden edge, is not over at night. As the name suggested, it was to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. This was a hidden technique, but every part of it was full of killing intent. It could attack from any direction at any time. There was absolutely no blind spot in the attack. The second technique, the long planning of the day and the moon, was similar to the first technique, but it had an additional grasp of the battle situation. This technique had clearly expanded the alert range by 10 times. Not only his own enemies, but even his comrades, brothers, and possible enemies were all faintly shrouded by this move. The third move was to hide one's entire life. It was like the darkness before the dawn. After all preparations were made, this move would hide all the aura, killing intent, and even the sword master's own life force and divine thoughts. Everything would be hidden. It was like the strange and terrifying calm before the storm. The fourth technique, however, was a murderous maniac. It was after the foreshadowing of the first 3 techniques. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted. It was as if the clear sky had completely collapsed at this moment, and the earth had completely collapsed at this moment. All the battle power, at this moment, all of them were fully unleashed. Murderous maniac. This technique was completely unexpected, but its power was the sum of the 4 techniques. In fact, it was even more powerful. This was definitely the most insidious and vicious of the 4 sword techniques in the tribulation sword technique. Such insidiousness and treachery made Chu Yang, the sword master, break out in cold sweat after he understood these 4 sword techniques. As Chu Yang memorized these 4 sword techniques, the tribulation sword suddenly disappeared from his hand. "Hey, I haven't finished using it yet." Chu Yang was very surprised. This sword tongue is not very obedient. This is the habit of the sword tongue. He first went to take a look at the place where he lives. His brothers accompanied him to visit his new home. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. He was speechless at this guy's lack of experience. Indeed, after a while, sword light flashed, and the tribulation sword automatically appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang could feel a faint sense of joy coming from the calamity sword, as if the sword tongue was saying, "Not bad, I'm barely satisfied." Yes, it was expressing its sincere respect to the sword master, and a faint apology. "I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly good." "Phut!" Chu Yang cursed in his heart. "If you're still not satisfied with my Dantian, there probably won't be a new home in this world that can satisfy you," since he had already taken out the sword tongue. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't let go of the rest. He reached out and touched the place where the sword tongue was. It was slippery. It seemed to be very soft to the touch, but in fact, it was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. Chu Yang felt that even star iron might not be much harder than the rocks here. Yet it gave off a soft and slippery feeling. And in this soft and slippery feeling, there was actually wind and thunder surging. Chu Yang raised his hand and the sword fell. Large rocks were kicked down the deep valley by him. Now that he had the sword tongue, Chu Yang no longer had any qualms. He drank a mouthful of the wine left by Xue Leihan and 2 mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. Then he started to work energetically. This time, he didn't have any qualms. With a swing of his sword, he chopped down several large rocks and threw them down. All the way down, there were still such rocks. After chopping down 5,000 feet, it was still the same. There were no changes. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation and tenacity, he couldn't help but feel a little tired. It can't all be rocks like this, right? Chu Yang looked up. He couldn't see the sky anymore. Only the heavy snow was still falling. He couldn't help but talk to himself gloomily. He couldn't see the top and bottom. How long would he have to chop for? Definitely not. "There will definitely be something good," said the sword spirit with certainty. "All right, I'll admit it. Even if I have to chop down 10,000 feet all the way to the end. Even if there's nothing, I'll admit it." Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Another 4 hours passed. Chu Yang almost wanted to slap himself. He had never realized that he had the potential to jinx it. In 4 hours, he had chopped down a height of 20,000 feet, but there was still nothing. He saw that half of this stone pillar had already been chopped down by him. The shaking wasn't that big anymore. "Fuck, what exactly is this? It's actually hidden so well." Chu Yang cursed. Luckily, it's the tribulation sword. If it were any other sword, even Dong Wushang's dark saber would have been broken long ago. What strange thing is this? The sword spirit said. Besides, even a supreme martial artist can't move it. Chu Yang was shocked. Yes, with the hardness and weight of this place, even if a supreme martial artist had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to move this stone pillar completely, it was probably impossible. He roused himself and chopped down madly. This time, he chopped down 500 feet. After 300 sword strikes in a row, Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. My Jinx mouth is working, because he could already see the ground below. I've really chopped down close to 10,000 feet. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. At this moment, a strange change suddenly happened. I'm about to collapse. From morning till now, for chapters. Okay, I'll continue to write the 5th chapter. Chapter 2035. But at this moment, as Chu Yang's sword fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the stone pillar. The wind, at this moment, was a hurricane. Chu Yang didn't even have time to kick the 10,000-pound stone that he had just chopped down, but it was blown away by the hurricane. Then there was a crisp cracking sound, followed by a rumbling sound. Right in front of Chu Yang, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly rose up. The lightning was so bright that it even illuminated the mountain walls on both sides of the mountain. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked down. He screamed and covered his eyes with his hands. He saw 2 dazzling lights on the cross-section of the stone. There was light in the world, and it was called extreme. Extreme light, and these 2 lights could be called extreme light. Chu Yang glanced at it and saw a green light and a white light flashing fiercely. Minister Chu was caught off guard, and his eyes suddenly turned white. He suddenly closed his eyes and felt tears flowing out from the corners of his eyes. His eyes were sore and unspeakable. He couldn't open them. He only heard the sword spirit's incoherent words of surprise. Oh my God, it's this thing. Oh my God, it's really, oh my God. The more Chu Yang listened, the more his heart itched. He couldn't open his eyes. He had no choice but to ask, Sword Spirit, what is this? This is the best thing. It's the second most wonderful medicine in the world. I've finally seen this legendary thing. Oh my God! The sword spirit's voice trembled. After talking for a long time, he still didn't get to the point. He was obviously very excited. Chu Yang despised him in his heart. He worked hard to restore his eyes. Finally, he was able to open them a little. He couldn't wait to squint and look. He saw 2 pieces of jade confronting each other on the cross-section of the stone. One piece was shining with a green light, and the wind was whistling. The other piece was flickering with a white lightning, and the sound of thunder was faintly heard. At this moment, a dazzling light was emitted from the green jade. At the same time, a blazing lightning was emitted from the white jade. Chu Yang hurriedly closed his eyes. He could still feel the 2 strong beams of light colliding violently. They passed each other and pounced on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain. Suddenly, a fierce wind whistled on the cliff on the left. Snow swelled up like an avalanche and scattered in the sky. Bolts of lightning danced on the cliff on the right. Thunder rumbled and rumbled. Chu Yang opened his mouth, wide in shock. A few small stones flew into his mouth with tinkling sounds, but he didn't notice. So this is the Wind Thunder Platform and the Wind Thunder Mountain. All the strange phenomena of heaven and earth came from these 2 small pieces of jade? Chu Yang finally said something and shut his mouth. With a crunching sound, a few stones were crushed by his teeth and he spat them out. A small jade slip? The sword spirit sneered. This is not a jade slip. Look carefully. Chu Yang looked at them carefully and saw that these 2 pieces of jade, one green and one white, seemed to be moving. They seemed to be squirming. No, they were flowing. This is jade paste. The sword spirit indifferently replied, It's the same as your mysterious ice jade ointment, but its energy is much stronger. What kind of jade cream is this? Chu Yang asked in shock. This is the heavenly imperial court. The heavenly heart of wind and lightning, which only existed in legends, was also known as the heavenly jade paste. I didn't expect that it would come to this continent and become one of the great miracle medicines. The sword spirit said in a heavy voice, "Heavenly heart of wind and lightning? Heavenly jade paste?" Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. This was really the first time he heard this name in his life. "It's right that you don't know. I can only say that your luck really makes me speechless," the sword spirit said with some envy and jealousy. The soul's face was distorted. "Please enlighten me." Chu Yang had such a good thing. If he didn't understand something, he would definitely not be ashamed to ask. Of course, after asking, he would kick him to the curb. According to ancient legends, heaven has a heart and earth has a soul. The sword spirit breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "And the heart of heaven is the combination of yin and yang. Heaven and earth collide, and the combination of wind and thunder is the heart of heaven." The sword spirit said in a pilgrimage tone, "This heavenly heart of wind and lightning is only the heavenly jade paste now. When wind and thunder combine and merge into one, it will become the heavenly heart of wind and lightning." He looked at Chu Yang and said heavily, "The heart of heaven." Even though he was mentally prepared, Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked by this news. The heart of heaven? Oh my God, it's just a legend. The sword spirit was a little embarrassed. He said, "It's actually just a description to describe how powerful this thing is." "It's okay, I believe it." Chu Yang beamed at the heavenly heart of wind and lightning in front of him. Who cares if it's a legend or not? In the future, if anyone says it's not, I'll fight with him. The sword spirit was speechless again. "How do I keep this thing?" Chu Yang asked humbly. He tried to use his mental power to keep it in the tribulation space, but the two pieces of jade ignored him and didn't move at all. "Your left hand is yang. Grab the thunder jade, and your right hand is yin. Grab the wind jade. Grab with both hands and separate them. Then you can keep them in the tribulation space," the sword spirit said. "Be careful. You must be fast and do it at the same time. Otherwise," before he finished speaking, Chu Yang had already reached out and grabbed the thunder jade with one hand and the wind jade with the other. They were soft and smooth to the touch, as if they could change into different shapes at any time. Then the next moment, boom! Chu Yang's palms turned into charcoal. He stood up in pain and shook his hands violently. He hissed in cold air, "Bastard, you only said to keep them, but I have to put them in one after the other, right? Why did I get hit the moment I let go?" The sword spirit gloated helplessly. "That's necessary." Chu Yang was in a dilemma. He hurriedly took out some medicine and swallowed it. Right at this moment, the bottom of the stone pillar of the wind-thunder platform suddenly and slowly sank down until it was level with the ground at the bottom. 30 feet away, there was a pile of snow and ice hundreds of feet high. "Lord Sword Master, your benefits are here," the sword spirit said. "Benefits?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Here, look under your feet." The sword spirit pouted. Chu Yang looked down and saw a hair-thin crack slowly appearing under his feet. The crack became bigger and bigger, and it cracked open more and more, revealing a flat hole that only one person could pass through. This is the only way in and out of the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. Before you get the second fragment of the tribulation sword, this is the only way in and out, and only you can enter and exit. The sword spirit said, "This is the heaven's path." Chu Yang became excited. "I can go to the upper 3 heavens from here, or the lower 3 heavens." "Yes," the sword spirit said, "but you have to be careful. You only have 3 months. And when you pass through the heaven's path, my soul body needs to sleep. I can't help you at all." Chu Yang nodded. "It's okay with my current cultivation. If I still need your help in the upper 3 heavens or the lower 3 heavens, then I'll really be a joke." The sword spirit reminded him, "Don't forget, only 3 months." Remember, remember. After 3 months, you must come back here. Even if you're a moment late, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Yang waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and go back to sleep. I don't need you to teach me how to go. I know what I'm doing. What do you know? You're obviously so excited that you can't tell north from south. The sword spirit disappeared with a whoosh. Then, the heavenly hearts of wind and thunder that had just been kept in the tribulation space flew up and entered Chu Yang's meridians from left and right. The hole in the ground was already emitting a misty fog. Chu Yang closed his eyes and jumped in with a puff sound. He then laughed out loud. Brothers, your beloved big brother is back. The white fog at the hole surged and Chu Yang's figure disappeared. Above the heavenly palace, purple clouds drifted. Here, surrounded by clouds, jade buildings, and heavenly palaces, it was indeed different from the rest. This was a majestic palace hidden in the mountains. Countless guards guarded this place from front to back, making it impregnable. A white figure flashed, and Zi Xieching, dressed in snow-white clothes, floated down. Looking at the majestic palace in front of her, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Then, her white clothes fluttered as she walked forward. She hadn't taken 2 steps when suddenly a figure flashed. 2 golden figures appeared in front of her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zi Xieching said lightly, Please report to the Demon Empress that the person who made an agreement 70,000 years ago is here. The 2 golden figures glanced at her. They snorted. With your cultivation, you can actually make an agreement with the Demon Empress 70,000 years ago? Are you qualified? Zi Xieching said lightly, Whether I'm qualified needs to be evaluated by the Demon Empress. If I'm lying, I'm here and can't run away. If I'm not lying and delay the Demon Empress plans, can you bear the responsibility? The golden armored guard was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Wait a moment. The other person hurriedly flew inside. Not long after, he ran out with sweat all over his head. The Demon Empress invites Miss Z to come in. Zi Xieching snorted and walked away. The 2 guards bowed and greeted her with smiles on their faces, apologizing profusely. In the hall, Zi Xieching sat opposite a beautiful woman in palace attire, her face calm. Are you saying that you've agreed to my request back then? The Demon Empress raised her teacup and drank a mouthful of water. She looked at Zi Xieching with a half-smile. 70,000 years ago, you risked your life to escape even at the cost of your body. Today you've come to me voluntarily and agreed? Yes. Zi Xieching took a breath. But I also hope that the Demon Empress can fulfill one of my conditions. The Demon Empress narrowed her eyes and gave off a dangerous glow. She said, How many thousands of years has it been since anyone dared to talk about conditions with me? I didn't expect that a little demon would dare to talk about conditions in front of me. Tell me, I can use my life essence and the purple mystic pill that I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to save Tai's life. Zi Xieching said calmly. A trace of pain and longing flashed past her eyes, but she said firmly, But I want to be a human. You want to be a human? The Demon Empress suddenly sat up straight and looked at Zi Xieching in shock. Her eyes were sharp and filled with disbelief. Yes, I want to be a human, a real human. Not a transformed human, but a human. Zi Xieching bowed down. Please fulfill my wish, Demon Empress. Chapter 2036. Among the brothers, the one who was beaten up the most was definitely not the first challenger, GMO. It was Duxia, Ao Shiyun, especially Ao Shiyun, the instigator, because Chu Yang had said before, how can a divine dragon bloodline not have a dragon head? Besides, it was this guy who had suggested to turn Chu Yang into a dragon head in the beginning. How could Chu Yang let him go? Therefore, Ao Shiyun's dragon horns were the most majestic and spectacular. Therefore, Duxia begged for mercy as he fought. Boss, it's my father's birthday today. "Save me some face." Only Minister Chu's reply was, "You have more face when you transform into a divine dragon." After fighting 4 people in a row, Chu Yang was in a good mood. In fact, he was very happy. Other than GMO, who had turned into a dragon head in one move because he had underestimated his opponent, the other 3 all gave Chu Yang different degrees of great surprise. Everyone's cultivation was the same, but their battle tactics were completely different. This was what made Chu Yang the happiest. Each of them had their own style. Even if they were together every day, they would never be assimilated by each other. Their self-awareness was very strong. This was also the most basic and important condition to become a top-level martial artist. Luo Kadi's lone wolf-like attacking style and his ferocious sword techniques surprised Chu Yang. Fighting with Luo Kadi was like facing a pack of wolves in a boundless forest. Extremely hungry wolves, biting from all directions. If one was not careful, they would be torn into pieces. When Xia Danqiong's viburnum flowers bloomed, they were the most beautiful in the world. This kind of dazzling and dreamlike technique was an eye-opener for Chu Yang. When the viburnum flowers bloomed, it was like a fairy scattering flowers, colorful and colorful. It was indeed very beautiful, but behind this extreme beauty was unparalleled killing intent. Chu Yang's clothes were cut in more than 10 places. It was caused by Xia Danqiong's viburnum flowers. When Ao Shiyun's divine dragon battle manual was used, Chu Yang felt a great strain. This was the first time such a situation had happened in a battle with Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a top-level sword saint. Under the suppression of cultivation level, he could already fight a second-grade supreme martial artist, and Ao Shiyun was only a first-grade supreme martial artist who had just advanced. Among the 4, only Ao Shiyun's divine dragon battle manual could. Chu Yang was a little confused, unable to see the direction. However, this battle had greatly increased his confidence. Gu Duxing had been watching from the side. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes became, and the stronger his fighting spirit became. Chu Yang's strength and sharpness were both top-notch sword cultivators. Both of them were fatally attractive to him. It caused the sword intent in his chest to move unhindered, and he thirsted for battle. Ao Shiyun and the others had already been defeated. There was only Gu Duxing left. Chu Yang was still standing there. He looked at Gu Duxing with a smile, the sword in his hand flashing. Chu Yang didn't move, and neither did Gu Duxing. However, sword energy suddenly surged in the arena. The surrounding flowers and plants all fell down neatly, the sword intent in their bodies. They both felt the same aura from each other. Even if people don't fight, even the sword had to fight. There are no 2 suns in the sky, and no 2 monarchs in a country. Similarly, in the land of the sword Tao, there was only one emperor. Chu Yang's eyes became sharper and more fervent. Gu Duxing straightened his body. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the air. He was originally standing as straight as a javelin, but when he straightened his back, it was as if a peerless divine sword had suddenly been unsheathed. His expression and aura were completely different from just now. "Come on," Chu Yang said. "Come on," Gu Duxing said coldly. Chu Yang stood still on the spot. Gu Duxing spread his arms. With a whoosh, Ao Shiyun and the other 3 were sent 100 feet away. Then he walked forward slowly. With every step he took, his sword intent became sharper. "Boss, please advise me." Gu Duxing took 3 steps forward. "I've been practicing the sword since I was young. My life was wandering and lonely. I felt depressed and created the Sword of Solitude. In the lower 3 heavens I met Boss, and my sword energy changed to become the Sword of Solitude. Although I'm lonely, I want to use my loneliness as a guardian. In the lower 3 heavens I met Tu Qianhao. In a battle of life and death, I comprehended Tu Qianhao's Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion." Gu Duxing said lightly, "These 2 sword techniques are gathered in me. Until now, they haven't been unified. Today's battle is, firstly, to satisfy my craving and fight for supremacy in the Sword Tao. Secondly, to let Boss experience my Sword of Solitude, my Sword of Oblivion, my Heart of Solitude, my Heaven of Oblivion. As he said the last sentence, Guduxing suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brightly, like two long swords that had already been unsheathed, shining brightly in the sky. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Duxing, I know you've always wanted to experience the Calamity Sword technique. Today, I'll fulfill this wish of yours. Chu Yang said this through telepathy. He had already sensed that Huyan Aobo and the others were watching this battle. So, he was still cautious and didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the words Calamity, Sword Technique, Guduxing's sword intent surged. His battle intent soared. Suddenly he let out a long howl. With a howl, heaven and earth shook. The white clouds in the sky were suddenly cut into pieces and scattered in all directions as if they had encountered sharp wind blades. Today, the wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. Clang! The black dragon sword appeared in Guduxing's hand with a bone-piercing coldness and bleakness. Then, Guduxing strode forward. He walked step by step, his footsteps heavy. But every step he took covered at least 100 feet of space. But after taking 5 steps like this, he still hadn't reached Chu Yang. Chu Yang reached out, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He didn't use the Calamity Sword. There was no need for the Calamity Sword in a spar between brothers. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Guduxing's voice rang out. Heaven's solitude. A mighty sword intent, with a bleak solitude, poured down. Sword aura spread out and enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Guduxing rose with his sword. His black robes fluttered, and he turned into a beam of black light that shot through the sky. Just this move made the expressions of Ao Xiun, Xiedanqiong, and the others change at the same time. However, this sword strike had made them realize that Guduxing had never used his full strength against them when they were exchanging pointers in the past. Chu Yang smiled lightly and shouted through telepathy, Calamity Sword Technique, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. With a swing of his sword, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, it suddenly scattered into thousands of rays of cold light, covering the sky and earth and whistling toward Chu Yang. Guduxing was energized. He shouted, Heaven's solitude, Heaven's solitude, Heaven's solitude. 3 consecutive moves, suddenly released. The whole world seemed to have suddenly become bleak and bleak at this moment. The thousands of rays of cold light collided with the solitary sword rain. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. They were actually evenly matched and floated back at the same time. Guduxing was shocked. The Calamity Sword technique was indeed extremely powerful. It was just one move, but he actually needed to use 3 moves to resolve it. While retreating in the air, Guduxing suddenly changed from retreating to rising up. He shouted, Heaven's solitude. A mighty ray of solitary sword aura shot straight out. This move made Chu Yang's heart tremble. This move of Guduxing's even carried an aura of Tao. Chu Yang's black-robed figure turned around in the air while retreating. He shouted through telepathy, Calamity Sword, what's the harm in slaughtering the world? At the same time, a sharp sword aura was also unleashed. It met Guduxing's Heaven's Solitude in the air. With a soft pop, the Heaven's Solitude sword aura scattered. That sword aura of what's the harm in slaughtering the world. Although more than half of it was eliminated, the remaining momentum did not change. It rushed straight toward Guduxing. Impressive! Guduxing exclaimed in his heart. He shouted, Earth's solitude. He made another move to resolve this move. He was currently 1 level higher than Chu Yang, and an important one at that. He was a sword saint, but he was a sword supremacy. However, he was actually at a disadvantage against the Calamity Sword technique. Immediately after, the follow-up moves of Chu Yang's Calamity sword technique came endlessly like rolling waves. A sharp will buried deep does not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for thousands of years, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east, by the time the two moves of Calamity Sword, cutting off the sentimental traveler, Guduxing's solitary sword technique had already been used up. The three solitudes of heaven, earth, and man merged into one and became Heaven's Solitude and Heaven's Solitude. However, by the time Chu Yang's move of Iron Wall and Bronze Wall fighting endlessly appeared, Guduxing's solitary sword technique was finally completely defeated. He retreated abruptly and went straight up in the air. The farther he retreated, the smaller he became in the air, almost becoming a black. Then he came down from the air with an awe-inspiring aura. His sword flashed, and an inexplicable aura spread down. Guduxing sighed. A sword to the peak! He took 2 steps in the air, and the sword light carried with it a desolate and heavy aura. Such an aura seemed to be able to make one completely forget the past and enter a wonderful state. Chu Yang shouted, "What a sword of oblivion! Look at me! What more can I ask for in this life?" Their swords clashed densely in the air, and the sound was dense and fragmented, like the wind blowing on a lotus or the rain hitting on a banana leaf. Guduxing's body spun and retreated, and then spun and advanced again. He said slowly, "Life and death. Victory and defeat are all gone in a flash." The aura of emptiness of the world was even more intense in this move. Chu Yang flipped over, and the sword aura summoned in the air. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, as if gathering here at this moment, wanting to fill up the emptiness of the world that Guduxing had created. It was the gathering of the clouds. With a boom, the sword aura flew out as if a bomb had exploded. Ao Shiun and the other 3 screamed and scattered in all directions. In the battle just now, both Chu Yang and Guduxing had been controlling their strength and not letting it leak out. But now, both of them could no longer control it. The trees in a radius of hundreds of feet fell down neatly. The sword aura flew everywhere, cutting deep sword marks one after another on the mountain rocks. Guduxing held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and said disappointedly, "Where can I find a soulmate in the world?" He turned around, and when he was about to turn back, the sword aura spread out for thousands of feet. "When I want to turn back, I've already forgotten." Chu Yang perked up, and the 2 moves, Hidden Edge, Hidden Light, Endless Night, and Strategizing, Long Day and Moon, were used consecutively. Right at this moment, he finally discovered where Guduxing's biggest problem was. Too much focus. Too much focus. Too much focus, that was the flaw. Let's say a few more words today. Gee, when he woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was turn on the computer, excitedly. Then he blacked out and was hit on the head. 10 chapters of explosion. And not only did he not get first place, he was behind by almost 200 votes. Currently, the gap was still increasing. He threw a punch with all his strength, but it was a resounding slap to his own face. The first thing was to quickly unseal that single chapter. I had a kind of hysterical feeling of powerlessness, the feeling of all the strength in my body being sucked out and my mind going blank. Or maybe that was the feeling I had when I saw it. At this moment, I was extremely envious of Old Cat. This was the foundation. Was the foundation something that couldn't be matched even if one risked their lives? My heart was extremely bitter. 10 chapters. I had 100,000 prideful brothers, but every time I fought, I only had a few thousand troops. The remaining 10,000 plus people surrounded the battlefield as cheerleaders. The cheerleaders watched their brothers fight bloody battles and kill with all their might, and then shouted, "Do your best! I support you in spirit." They watched their brothers retreat step by step, watched their brothers give their all and finally fail, and then suffered together. They all said, "I'm also a member of Prideful World, and I feel terrible." Cheerleader A, "I'm young and I don't have the ability." Cheerleader B, I don't have money and I only smoke the cheapest 5 yuan cigarettes. Cheerleader C. Others don't go. Why should I spend my own money? Cheerleader D. I don't know how to register. I'm a computer noob. Or, I have money, but I don't want to give a certain amount. Or, although I feel terrible, it has nothing to do with me. All right, I won't say any more. I will continue to fight with my brothers, my sisters. Continue to fight. Or, after this month, Prideful World won't fight for first place anymore. My courage is very likely to be exhausted this month. Today's update in the evening. My waist is very uncomfortable. After posting this update, I will go out for a massage. Tonight's update will be updated. Today's update is still the same. Say to my brothers and sisters, I beg for votes. Chapter 2037. The few old men who negotiated with Chu Yang were so angry that their eyes turned blue. Even when the negotiation was over, they still looked at Chu Yang with eyes that wished they could swallow him whole. This fellow was really too difficult to deal with. He was practically a miser. Trying to take advantage of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. I really have to hand it to the Li clan. Every one of you is a miser. Every one of you is a top-notch, veteran troublemaker. Trying to take advantage of all of you is harder than ascending to the heavens. Chu Yang started to take advantage of the situation seriously. He said in grief and indignation, All of you have taken advantage of me. I've suffered a huge loss in this negotiation. This sentence made the few old men who were almost exhausted from negotiating with him earlier spit out a mouthful of blood in unison. Who exactly was the troublemaker here? Who was the one who had suffered a huge loss? You must speak with a conscience. One of the old men's fingers trembled. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Tongtian. Since we finished negotiating the terms, and the matter has already been settled, there's no point in saying anything more. Li Tongtian said bluntly, Next, we should also arrange for Brother Z's accommodation. We want the best guest room for him first. Tomorrow afternoon, arrange for people to take care of his daily needs. Remember, Brother Z is going to be staying here for a long time. Choose the best resources, the best location, and the most skilled people. As for the maids, choose the best. This afternoon, everything related to Brother Z must be arranged properly. His identity token and so on must be in place. Since we're allies, we must make friends with the greatest sincerity. Only by showing our sincerity can we exchange it for sincerity. Li Tongtian said sanctimoniously, Tomorrow morning, select your best men and follow Brother Z to survey the Purple Crystal Mine. As for us old fellows, we won't be accompanying you. However, there's something I have to say first. If there's anyone who's blind enough to offend Brother Z and make him angry, then this old man will definitely not forgive them. As an important figure in the Li clan's ancestral generation, Li Tongtian's words naturally carried great weight. After he finished speaking, he quickly and discreetly gave a look behind Chu Yang's back. This made the negotiators come to a realization. You bunch of fools. Do you really think you're negotiating with him? It's just a formality. As for the purple crystals, what's wrong with leaving them with him first? Isn't that just for us? Once the plan succeeded, how many purple crystals would he have saved? We'll take back as many purple crystals as we want. Furthermore, take his life as well. All the old men understood tacitly. Of course, Chu Yang knew what was going on. Li Tongtian's words were extremely beautiful, but there was a discrepancy in the timing. They would stay in the guest room for tonight. Tomorrow morning, he would send someone to accompany him to survey the Purple Crystal Mine. Tomorrow afternoon, he would allocate resources for him. Yes, if he discovered that this successor of the Purple Crystal clan did not have the ability or was unable to mine the Purple Crystal Mine in the morning, then he could forget about allocating resources in the afternoon. He could forget about even thinking about his life. That afternoon, the Li clan members brought Chu Yang to stay in the guest room. Naturally, Chu Yang had to pretend to be angry and suffer a great loss. He went in with a straight face. The housekeeper of the Li clan wanted to follow him in to help him clean up, but he was slammed shut by Chu Yang. The housekeeper's nose was almost caught in the crack of the door. He couldn't help but get angry. What are you so arrogant for? If you can't produce results tomorrow, this old man will personally punish you. Chu Yang was undoubtedly worried about the same problem. The sword spirit was definitely able to mine the purple crystal mine. Besides, he had hit the jackpot this time. On one hand, it was to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was also to pave the way for Mo, Tianji's future plans. However, the biggest problem was that sword spirits usually mined without making a sound. Nothing could be seen on the surface. The sword spirit would have finished mining. However, this obviously could not be done now because the Li clan wanted results. It had to be effective, and there had to be obvious progress. That was the only way. If there wasn't, his head would be rolling on the ground in an instant. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be deceiving them. He was full of lies and finally managed to sneak into the Li clan easily. However, in reality, this was the most dangerous situation Chu Yang had ever been in his life. This was not like when he was in Great Zhao. Back then, he could still move around freely, and there were many cover systems. He could hide anywhere for 10 days to half a month. But now, his every move was under the surveillance of others. This was the core area of one of the great clans, their headquarters. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in a tragic death. There wasn't even the slightest chance of escaping. It could be said that Chu Yang was dancing on a tightrope above a cliff. Life and death were just a matter of swaying. Sword spirit, how is it? Are you confident? Chu Yang closed the door and immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space. The sword spirit revealed a strange expression and said, "There should be no problem." Chu Yang was relieved. "What level are you at now?" Chu Yang asked. "I've basically recovered completely. Now that I'm at your level, I can exert the cultivation of a peak 3rd grade supreme martial artist. There shouldn't be any problem." The sword spirit was very happy. There had never been a tribulation sword master who had improved so quickly. Even he was basking in the glory. "If we fight now, I can totally deal with those below the supreme grade." Chu Yang frowned and said, "But what is the difference between a 5th grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd grade supreme martial artist mean?" The moment he asked this question, the sword spirit also became distressed at once. There's really no way to explain this question clearly. Without experiencing it personally, it's very difficult to explain that subtle feeling. It's a kind of difference between transcendence and non-transcendence. The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said, "Look at Li Tongtian. Whether it's his expression or the way he walks, he's very calm. Even if it's a conspiracy when it comes out of his mouth, it's also very casual. This is the strong foundation brought about by the difference between a celestial and a mortal. And Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and so on, their expressions and aura are all very transcendental. This is also a kind of performance. Of course, when one reaches the level of Bu Luqing and Ningtianya, it's another step. And this step is a step that allows one to return to one's true nature. Every action and action is not that kind of transcendence, but it brings out one's true nature without hiding anything." The sword spirit's words were vague and obscure, but Chu Yang already understood. This was indeed an indescribable and unexplainable realm. Or rather, it was a foundation. Only with great power can one have confidence in oneself. Haven't you seen some of the big shots or super rich people in the society? They all carry a kind of certainty involuntarily, or rather, a kind of demeanor. All of them are unhurried and unhurried, as if they're neither dead nor alive. Whether they're officials or rich people, they all have this kind of confidence. As for the ordinary, poor people, when they see these people, they can't help but feel inferior to them. This is it. It's just that the foundation of these people is money and power. But in Chu Yang's world, the foundation is cultivation. If these people still carry this kind of foundation when they arrive in Chu Yang's world, I reckon they'll transmigrate again in a matter of minutes. Cough. Stop nagging. I'm trying to catch up on the chapter. And so, Chu Yang began to practice. In the eyes of those people who had been closely monitoring this room, they saw a scene like this. They saw this successor of the Purple Crystal clan, holding a piece of purple crystal in each hand and adopting a strange posture. His legs were spread apart and he was squatting in a horse stance, as if he was taking a dump. He held the purple crystal in both hands and placed it in front of his heart, maintaining the unity of his 3 hearts. He looked down at his nose and entered a meditative state. Then they saw a layer of faint purple energy emitting from the purple crystal, which was sucked into the nostrils of the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. After a long time, this successor of the Purple Crystal clan sighed. Looking at the 2 pieces of purple crystals in his hands, they had already turned into powder. Such a cultivation method was practically unheard of. Everyone used the acupoints on their palms to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe inside the purple crystal. But this successor of the Purple Crystal clan was really worthy of being called the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. To think that he actually used his nose. Several experts who were monitoring from different directions reported this observation at the same time. The experts of the Li clan discussed and studied it for a long time. All of them felt that this matter was extremely mysterious and they couldn't understand it at all. It seemed like this was definitely a cultivation method unique to the Purple Crystal clan. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Someone knocked on the door. "Lord Z, may I know?" Chu Yang lay comfortably on the bed. In a daze, he cursed loudly. "Fuck! What are you knocking for? Are you dead? Can't you even let me sleep?" Outside, the clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua, was waiting with his hands behind his back. His face darkened. This bastard is really asking for a beating. The clan leader of the Li clan had originally wanted to show respect to the wise, but the moment he arrived, he was so infuriated by this sentence that he wanted to defecate. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Only the butler, who was knocking on the door, continued to wait angrily. After a long time, Chu Yang finally opened his clothes. Half of his chest was exposed as he opened the door. With sleepy eyes, he scolded, "What the hell is this? Don't you know the rules?" The butler was enraged, but he still suppressed his temper. "It's like this, Second Master. Second Master is currently waiting for Lord Z to head to the Purple Crystal mine, so it's a matter of bearing. It's a matter of self-restraint." Chu Yang was exasperated. "I'm right here and can't run away. Why is that Second Master of yours so anxious? Will he die if I wake him up for a while longer? Each and every one of them is so impetuous. No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan. It's because they are impetuous. Look at the Yi clan. What kind of self-restraint is that? Learn from them." The butler wished he could pick up a toilet bowl that had just been used and smash it over Chu Yang's head, but he still had to nod and bow. "Cough, cough. May Lord Z please move. Wait, let me wash my face." Chu Yang was furious. He slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the butler was thrown out of the room while covering his nose. By the time Chu Yang arrived at the main hall, an hour had already passed. "Brother Z, have you slept well?" Li Wuhai, the second master of the Li clan, asked with a fake smile. "What big shot? He actually caused him to wait here for more than 2 hours?" Chu Yang raised his eyes. "Ah, what's the matter? Breakfast hasn't been arranged yet? You actually want to eat breakfast?" Li Wuhai almost choked to death. He waved his hand. "Serve Lord Z breakfast." "Lord Z, I like this title." Chu Yang sat down boldly. When breakfast was served, he ate to his heart's content until his belly was round and round. Only then did he pat his stomach and stand up. Looking at everyone whose eyes were spitting fire, he said, "What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to see the Purple Crystal mine?" Why aren't you leading the way? Do you still need an outsider like me to lead the way? All of you are so dumb. How can you not care about such an important matter at all? No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan. Li Wuhai held his breath. Brother Z, please. I'll lead the way. That's right. Chu Yang followed behind him, grumbling endlessly. Say, your Li clan, the higher-ups don't pay attention to it, the higher-ups don't care about it, and the lower-ups don't care about it. As a whole, it's like a plate of loose sand. Why is it like this? It's actually listed as one of the great clans. This is really strange to me. If I were to participate in the ranking of the great clans, it would definitely be listed as the #1 great clans in the past 10,000 years. Chapter 2038. After this incident, everyone knew that this Master Z had a very bad temper, and he was hard to please. One wrong word, and he would be fiercely reprimanded on the spot. And this Master Z never cared who was in front of him. Even the second brother of the clan master, the second master of the Li clan, was scolded like a child by him. Whether they were convinced or not, at least on the surface, all of them were more well-behaved. Chu Yang's unbridled behavior had a good effect, and this effect would definitely continue. All the way until Chu Yang completed his goal and left, the effect this time would be present throughout the entire process. Walk faster. Dilly-dallying. How is this the look of someone who is doing something big? Chu Yang urged impatiently. Li Wuhai gritted his teeth so hard that he wanted to shatter them. He immediately flew up. You want to be fast? I'll pull you until you're nowhere to be seen. He didn't expect to receive this Master Z's praise. This speed is more like it. And this Master Z actually didn't lag behind at all and kept up with him. Finally, they reached the purple crystal mine. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp. This was a huge mountain. To be precise, this was the foot of the huge mountain where the Li clan gathered. The entire mountain was surrounded by the buildings of the Li clan, and on the side of the mine there were no trees within 100 miles. One could see the bottom of the mountain at a glance, and there was even a tall wall that was more than 100 feet tall, blocking the way. On the wall, there was a sentry tower every 30 feet, keeping a close watch on the movements inside. Not to mention humans. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave that could accommodate 20 carriages side by side. Countless people were going in and out. Everyone who came out carried a basket on their backs. Inside were densely packed with purple crystals. After a supervisor checked the quantity and recorded it down, they went in again. Another cave at the side. This was obviously the storeroom. It was even more massive. The surroundings were even more heavily guarded. There were actually more than 10 supreme martial artists guarding the place, and this was just on the surface. There was no telling how many more were hidden in the dark. After all, this was where the true core of the Li clan was located. Looking at those shiny purple items being carried out one by one and placed into that huge storeroom, Chu Yang once again felt that he was really a pauper. This was what a rich man should be like. Based on a rough estimate, if the warehouse was filled to the brim, it could easily fit several billion. There were already several people waiting in front of the cave. They were the current clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua. Seeing Chu Yang's arrival, several people came forward to greet him. Lord Z, this is my big brother. Li Wuhai snorted. He reminded, my big brother is the current clan leader of the Li clan. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he went forward to greet him enthusiastically. He grabbed Li Wubua's hand and said, Oh my, clan leader Li, ha ha ha. I've heard so much about you, and it's my honor to meet you today. Sure enough, clan head Li's reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. But meeting him in person was even better than hearing about him. She was indeed a valiant and pure overlord, a heroic man. Now that I've met Patriarch Li, I finally understand why the Li clan is one of the dominant clans in the heavenly realm. Impressive, impressive. Li Wubua's face froze. No matter how thick-skinned he was still dizzy from all the flattery. Li Wuhai, who was at the side, was even more shocked. So the arrogance of this bastard only varies from person to person. When he saw him, he was so arrogant, but when he saw his big brother, he was so enthusiastic that it was unbearable. "You're too kind, Lord Z." Li Wubua smiled and said, "We're going to be a family in the future. You should be more casual, Lord Z." That's right, that's right. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. "I wonder what's wrong with this purple crystal mine?" He pointed at the people who were carrying baskets of purple crystals out. "Isn't this place rich in resources? From the looks of it, the mining is also very smooth." "It is indeed very smooth. Brother Z, there's something you don't know." Li Wubwa sighed. 3,000 feet below this place is a densely packed purple crystal mine. The size of the mine is immeasurable. Basically, for every 100 stones mined, there are close to 4 to 5 purple crystals. Chu Yang was speechless. Such a high ratio of crystals. That's absolutely terrifying. However, if the mining continued like this, wouldn't this mountain have collapsed long ago? It was common knowledge that purple crystals were usually hidden in rocks. When the rocks were mined, specialized people would have to use the purple crystal sanding hands to carefully polish the rocks before extracting the purple crystals. During this process, if the purple crystals were to be damaged, the spiritual energy of the universe would be lost to a large extent. Generally speaking, for a purple crystal mine, if 5 out of 1,000 stones mined contained purple crystals, it could already be considered a super purple crystal mine. However, this purple crystal mine of the Li clan was actually able to produce a yield of 1,000 stones from other purple crystal mines. It was practically inconceivable. No wonder the Li clan stayed here and refused to leave. This is where the problem lies. Li Wubua laughed bitterly and said, "We've been mining for 10,000 years, but we've only been mining the periphery. Moreover, the deeper we go, the less purple crystals there are left. However, what's depressing is that in the middle of this purple crystal mine, there's a super purple crystal mine, but we can't break through its exterior and mine it. It's only this piece that supports the entire mountain from the bottom to the top. No matter how we dig, it won't collapse even if we don't put up any defenses. There's actually such a thing." Chu Yang frowned. "Even supreme martial artists can't mine it?" Li Wubwa sighed. "Even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break it." Chu Yang's expression became solemn. "For 10,000 years, the purple crystals mined by the Li clan are more than billions. However, all of them are of the same quality, the most ordinary purple crystals. There's not even a single purple crystal core. And in that part that can't be broken through, even the lowest quality is purple crystal core." At this point, Li Wubwa sighed. Every time such a problem was brought up, all the higher-ups of the Li clan would have the urge to vomit blood. Such a situation was just like a bunch of paupers guarding a mountain of gold. They clearly knew that moving a stone from this mountain of gold would make them a tycoon, but they couldn't even scrape off a single bit of it. One could only imagine how dejected they were. "I'll go in and take a look." With a solemn expression, Chu Yang said, "I don't know if I can break it open. This is the first time that even our Purple Crystal clan has encountered such a situation. A low-grade supreme martial artist should be able to twist star iron and nightmare steel into a fried dough twist easily. There's actually a stone here that even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break. What kind of stone can it be?" As he spoke, he was about to walk in. "Cough, cough, Brother Z, to enter this purple crystal mine, you have to check your body thoroughly. Furthermore, you can't bring any storage equipment in," Li Wubua said rather embarrassedly. "Oh, yes, there's such a rule." Chu Yang readily accepted his advice. He took off the empty storage ring that had no other purpose other than to fool others and handed it to the elder guarding the purple crystal mine. Then he allowed them to search his body, after confirming that there was nothing on him other than a set of clothes. "Brother Z, please don't blame me," Li Wubua apologized with a smile. It's all right. These are the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Chuyang said magnanimously. What's wrong with that? I have the tribulation space with me. Its capacity is 10,000 times larger than that of a storage ring. After entering the cave, he actually felt a wave of warmth. After walking in for a while, a huge space suddenly appeared. Countless people were working here. The sound of grinding could be heard everywhere. All the purple crystal ores that had been mined were placed here. Here, there were a total of 1,000 people who were skilled in the art of sanding, cutting open the rocks and extracting the purple crystals. They first used their large sabers to hack off the corners of the rocks. Then, they cut the rocks piece by piece, as if they were cutting threads. If they didn't find anything, they would continue cutting until the rock was completely sliced into pieces. Then, they would proceed to the next piece. If they found faint traces of purple within the rock, they would start to use their sanding hands to slowly work on it. When a piece of purple crystal was completely extracted, the rock would also turn into powder. After all, these ores were very strange. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to determine which piece would contain purple crystals. The purple crystals that had been mined were placed separately. The shattered rocks and rock powder were immediately cleaned up and transported out. The entire process was done in an orderly manner. Only the loud noises didn't stop from beginning to end. This process was very slow. However, with 1,000 people working together, it was also very fast. There were only a dozen people in charge of transporting the purple crystals out. They almost didn't stop. When they went out and came in again, there was already a huge basket of hundreds of pieces. In the depths of the cave, there were more than a dozen spacious passages. Large carts of huge rocks were continuously transported out. These were the raw ores. Brother Z, what do you think? Li Wubo introduced. From here, there are a total of 18 passages into the purple crystal mine. After going deeper into each passage, there are nearly 100 more tunnels. Every day, there are no less than 30,000 people working here. It's all right. It's just that the efficiency is a little low. Chuyang nodded lightly. A little low. Li Wubo almost couldn't catch his breath. This was already the fastest and most efficient method. You actually said that it was low? Chuyang walked up to a huge pile of raw ores. He reached out and placed his hand on it. Then he shook his head and said, "There are no purple crystals in this piece." He raised his hand and smashed the raw ore into pieces. Indeed, there was nothing inside. Then he placed another piece on it. Still nothing. He smashed it again. After 3 pieces, it was the 4th piece. "There are purple crystals in this piece. Bring me a knife." He took the knife casually. With 4 slashes, a complete piece of purple crystal was cut out. Purple light flashed. There was actually no damage at all. The entire process left the Li clan members dumbfounded. Chuyang threw down the knife. Pursing his lips, he said very pretentiously, "This is called high efficiency." Li Wubue's eyes immediately lit up like searchlights. Brother Z is indeed the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan. Everyone's eyes were wide open. These purple crystal raw ores that no one had ever seen through since ancient times were actually as transparent in the hands of this person? What a terrifying ability.